Marissa, have you ever heard of final gravity before?
I looked it up and
It's a weird term.
He's probably mentioned it to me many of times. And
Okay.
it was something that just went over my head.
I looked up, I tried to discern exactly what it means, and it has to do with how much beer was brewed.
It's when it's when it's cooking out the sugar.
Okay.
And something about when it's at the end of fermentation, then
I'm completely
it's
lost.
reached it.
It's the FG.
FG.
All right. At the box office this weekend, number 1, Wonka, still there, made $14.4 million, followed by Night Swim. Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom, followed by Migration, Anyone But You, Boys in the Boat, Color Purple. Iron Claw was at number 8, followed by Ferrari and Poor Things. Speaking of movies and entertainment, all that good stuff, the Golden Globes were last night. Do we have some...
How magical.
Do we have some music, some games? You know what I mean?
Yeah. But I'm trying to get into this computer.
Do you want a fanfare here?
Right
oh, yeah, if you do, because...
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Preston Elliott's recap of the Golden Globes.
We may not have the clips. There's something wrong with our digital editor here, of which we...
No, we're fine. I just need to get in here real quick.
Oh, we're fine. We will have clips.
Everything's fine here.
Everything's good.
All
How
right.
are you?
It was hosted by Joe Coy, and here's a clip of Joe.
You're messing with me, right?
No, it's honestly, it's the first thing I wanted to do was play in a clip from Joe Coy.
I can tell you something while you're getting this about Joe Coy. A big blowback against his hosting. I watched the whole awards. He did okay.
Man, I was bored by it, Steve. I thought he did terribly. I like Joe Coy a lot.
He's a funny comedian.
He is.
He was serviceable, but as I'm watching Nick, I'm like, man, this is off. I got it.
He said something in at one point, Steve, that he just got the gig 10 days ago, and maybe that had something to do with the prep or whatever. But he just seemed awkward the whole time. It seemed really, really forced.
And there were literal parts where the audience did not laugh at all.
Yeah.
And but I mean, that said, I've seen people not do well. It wasn't the worst emceeing I've ever seen in my life.
Right.
Which is what a lot of people are saying.
Reading the story here, it said he got booed at some point during the opening monologue. Yeah, and he went off script and said, yo, I got the gig 10 days ago. You want a perfect monologue? Shut up. You're kidding me, right? So, yeah, he was having a tough time. This is him talking about the length of Oppenheimer. So here we go.
The minute I signed the contract, I locked myself in a room and I started to binge watch everything. While my family was out there ringing in the new year, I was watching Oppenheimer. I loved Oppenheimer. I just got one complaint. Needed another hour. I felt like it needed some more backstory. My New Year's resolution for 2024 is to finish Oppenheimer in 2025. Like, seriously, I'm almost there. I love Oppenheimer, especially the first season.
He was nervous, and it looked as if he had recently had his teeth bleached because they were the brightest teeth I've ever seen in my life.
Speaking of Oppenheimer, it was a big winner of the evening. Took home, and I'll break down this whole thing. I'll give you a quick synopsis of some of the wins, and then we'll go through the categories. But took home 5 Golden Globes in total, including Best Motion Picture, Drama, and Best Male Actor in a Motion Picture Drama for Cillian Murphy. Lily Gladstone made history as the first Indigenous person to win the Golden Globe for Best Female Actor in a Motion Picture Drama for her role in Killers of the Flower Moon. Speaking Blackfoot upon receiving the award, she said, "This is a historic win, and it doesn't belong to just me." She went on to dedicate the award to every little res kid, every little urban kid, every little native kid out there who has a dream. Barbie led the nominations with 9 nods. It took home the awards for cinematic box office achievement and Best Original Song. And I think we have a clip from Billie Eilish, who was talking about the song that she won for, which was What Was I Made For? And she mentions how it was very important to her.
And, it was exactly a year ago almost that we were shown the movie. And I was very, very miserable and depressed at the time. And writing that song kind of saved me a little bit. And a year later, and here we are, and it's really surreal. I feel incredibly lucky and grateful, and you guys scare the living hell out of me, everyone in this room. But thank you so much. Thank you. This means the world.
It was important to her.
Yeah, I heard that from a few people in the acceptance speeches about how intimidated they were and
that room?
and felt in that room. Yeah.
What happens is because of the way it's laid out, they're all sitting around tables and they're in closer together. You'd think because, like at the Oscars, you're sitting, actually closer because you're in actual theater rows. Mm-hmm. But for some reason, people view that room as a lot more intimate.
And the other award this one, Margot Robbie thanked them for adding a category for the fans because this
Right.
this one was about the fans going to the movie theater, not just how this was panned by the press.
That's the Cinematic and Box Office Achievement Award, yeah. For television, Succession led the way with 4 trophies, including Best Television Series Drama. Beef followed close behind with 3 awards each. And quite a few first-time nominees became first-time winners, including Lily Gladstone, Divine Joy Randolph, Stephen Ewan, Ao Dabiri, and Ali Wong. So they were all first-time nominees, and they won right out of the gate. So let me go through some of this. And this is the way this is categorized is scattered. I'm going to try to I'm going to try to go through movies. This is very poorly done, what I pulled up this morning. But like we said, Best Motion Picture Drama went to Oppenheimer. I actually watched that over the weekend. I didn't even know the Golden Globes were on. I've phased out of the whole award ceremony. But I loved it. I loved it more than I thought I would. I really enjoyed the movie. And you know what, Casey? I'm glad I waited to watch it at home because I could pause it and stop it and go back. There's so much dialogue and there's so many characters
and subtitles
and just I had to keep going back and going, all right, who are they talking about again? But it ends up being great once you know the story. Best performance by female drama went to Lily Gladstone for Killers of the Flower Moon, like we had said. Cillian Murphy won Best Actor for male drama. Then you had Best Motion Picture, Musical, or Comedy. That went to Poor Things. Best Performance by a Male Actor for Musical or Comedy. That was Paul Giamatti, The Holdovers.
That's what I want to see.
It's good. It's definitely a really good movie, and he's great, as always. Best Performance by Female Actor, Musical, or Comedy went to Emma Stone for Poor Things. Best Director, Motion Picture, went to Christopher Nolan for Oppenheimer.
He had a great acceptance speech. He said the last time he had been up to win to accept an award was for Heath Ledger, who had passed away.
Oh, wow.
So it was a posthumous award.
And then thanked Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah,
because he's in Oppenheimer.
Yeah. But thanked him for the Heath Ledger part, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he said he was just very supportive.
The Motion Picture Animated Award went to The Boy and the Heron, which I'm not familiar with.
Animated Japanese, It's one of those just beautifully animated movies.
Best Performance by Male Actor, Motion Picture, Best Supporting Role went to Robert Downey Jr. for Oppenheimer, so he grabs another one. And the Best Performance by Female Actor in a Supporting Role, Motion Picture, went to Divine Joy Randolph, and that was for The Holdovers. In television, Best TV Series was Drama, Succession won that. Best Performance by a Female Actor, Drama, went to Sarah Snook for Succession.
You were just talking, I think it was last week, that you're a big fan of hers, or Casey, one of you guys finds her kind of hot?
Very much so. Yeah, she's great. Best Performance by Male Actor, Television Series Drama, went to Kieran Culkin for Succession, and we have a clip of him in the award ceremony. Here we go.
Oh, nightmare. Ugh. Sit down. Thank you, boy. Sorry, burping, indigestion. Didn't need to say that. I've blown it already, Jazz. You were right. You said just say thanks and leave. You were right. This is a nice moment. Suck it, Pedro. Sorry. Mine.
He was talking about Pedro Pascal.
What was he going on about?
He was talking about Pedro Pascal, and who was up for the same award.
Yeah.
And so he goes, suck it. I want. And then he goes like this, mine.
Oh, that's fantastic. Also in television, Best Series, Television Series, Musical, or Comedy went to The Bear.
Which I contend is the best show of 2023.
It's a great show. Then you had Best Television Limited Series. That was Beef, and that's on Netflix. Also for Best Performance by Female Musical or Comedy, Oyo Edebiri, and I hope I'm pronouncing her name. Edebiri?
Yes.
I love her.
She's great.
She's wonderful. She's in The Bear.
Her acceptance speech was terrific, too, because she thanked the assistants of the world, all of her managers' assistants for answering emails, getting back to her. It was really a kind gesture.
And that's cool, too, because she's kind of an assistant on the show.
She's great.
She's the sous chef. So.
She's so good.
Yeah. Best performance in, by male actor, musical or comedy, went to Jeremy Allen White for The Bear. So that's huge. They took a sweep in those categories. Best performance by male supporting television, Matthew McFadden on Succession. Plays the character Tom, which is...
Just the one you guys keep talking about? That's
yeah, he's fantastic in that. Best performance, female supporting television role went to Elizabeth Debicki for The Crown. She plays Princess Diana and is phenomenal in it. Best performance by a male actor, limited series, went to Stephen Ewan for Beef. And best performance by female actor, limited series, went to Ali Wong, also for Beef. And then finally, best performance in stand-up comedy on television, that went to Ricky Gervais. So those are the Golden Globes, and of course, that leads into Oscar season.
Yeah, it's sort of a good indicator of where things will go. So look for Oppenheimer to be a big hit for the Academy Awards.
There were a lot of shots of our buddy Todd Glass in the audience last night. And he was sitting at the table with Gaffigan. John Hamm was there. Jim Gaffigan presented for Best Stand-Up, Preston. And so, yeah, I saw Todd all over the place last time. We'll have to ask him about it next time he's here.
That's excellent.
Yeah, it was really cool.
Should ask him if his mom is still dead.
Yeah, I think she is.
Dude, that clip. We played, if you missed it, we played it on Friday. Todd had sent it to us. And
my mom is still dead.
He was talking about the holidays and everything. And always remember, my mom is still dead. All right, on to other things. And unfortunately, we have to segue into some stories of people who have died. And this was messed up. And the actor, I'm really not familiar with, Christian Oliver.
Yes.
Was in movies like The Babysitter's Club, Speed Racer, Valkyrie, to name a few. But apparently 4 people, including him and his 2 young daughters, were killed after a plane they were in crashed in the Caribbean on Thursday. The incident occurred off the island of Bikia. The small single-engine aircraft was traveling to St. Lucia. And moments after taking off, the aircraft experienced difficulties and just went straight into the
And there's
ocean.
footage of it.
Of the crash.
Of the actual crash.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah.
The 3 passengers aboard the aircraft were identified as Christian, his 2 daughters, Matita, who is 10, and Anik, who is 12.
He just posted something on Instagram. It basically... And we had a wonderful time. And
horrible. The
vacation was wrapping up, and it's over.
The pilot was identified as Robert Sachs, who also owned the plane, and obviously they're investigating what exactly happened. We mentioned this. We got this story late on Friday during the show, but David Soul, best known as Hutch, Keith Hutch Hutchinson in Starsky and Hutch, the 1970 series, died. He was 80 years old. His wife, Helen, had said that the actor passed away after a vibrant battle for life in loving company of family. He shared many extraordinary gifts to the world as actor, singer, storyteller, creative artist, and dear friend. Soul broke into show business, and he had done it by sending out glossy photos of himself with his head covered. Mystery singer.
The mystery singer.
Yeah, and he tried a different approach. And apparently it worked pretty good. His break came when Merv Griffin put him on his syndicated talk show. He continued singing throughout his career and has performed at Radio City Music Hall as well as the Greek Theater in Los Angeles. His acting debut came in 1967 in an episode of Star Trek, actually. And they replaced Lee Majors as the associate attorney on ABC's Owen Marshall Counselor at Law in 1974. And then it was after that he was cast in Starsky and Hutch opposite Paul Michael Glaser. He directed 3 episodes of the show, and then he also directed episodes of Miami Vice, Crime Story, China Beach, and In the Heat of the Night. His first TV movie came in 1974 with NBC's The Disappearance of Flight 412, and then he led his first miniseries in 1975 with what Steve and I claim is one of the greatest horror miniseries ever, Salem's Lot.
Yeah, I watch it virtually every Halloween.
He's fantastic in it, and it is scary as hell. His first film credit came in 1971's Johnny Got His Gun, but then he joined Clint Eastwood in a great role in Magnum Force in 1973.
Yeah, this is the direct sequel to Dirty Harry.
Yep. The other movie roles include, some of his other movie roles include The Hanoi Hilton and Pentathlon. His last on-screen roles came in the TV show Inspector Lewis in 2012 and the film Filth in 2013, but 80 years old.
And Paul Michael Glaser had posted something on social media about how close they were. They remained close all those years. Apparently, David Soul was there when Paul Michael Glaser lost his wife.
Oh, goodness.
And they, it's one of those things where, he's 80, and so it's not out of the realm of believability, but still it hit him like a ton of bricks.
I love the fact that they stayed friends. Through all their career, because they were a team.
That's them. Yeah. Starsky and Hutch.
And then this was a heartbreaker over the weekend too. Another one, and then we'll move on from celebrity deaths. But Cindy Morgan, the actress known for her roles in Caddyshack and Tron, died. Florida confirmed her death, which they said was due to natural causes, but officials were not able to specify when she died. She was 69 years old. First gained notice as a model who appeared in commercials for Irish Spring Soap, but she made her feature film debut in 1980 in Caddyshack, starring opposite Chevy Chase, Rodney Dangerfield, and of course she played Lacey Underall, the bombshell niece of a judge and country club founder, played by Ted Knight. It was directed by Harold Ramis, and it was Morgan's first film. We have a clip of her from Caddyshack.
What do you do for excitement?
Play a lot of golf.
Golf? Nixon plays golf. I bet you got a lot of interesting stories about your ball landing in the road.
So what do you do?
I enjoy skinny skiing, going to bull on acid. I bet you got a lot of nice ties.
What do you mean?
You want to tie me up with some of your ties?
She was awesome in that
She's
movie.
great.
She was perfect.
In fact, when they did an extended sort of look back at the movie Caddyshack, she was one of the best parts of it because she was a babe in the woods. She didn't know what was going on, but she was having a blast. And there's a scene where Chevy's doing the oil massage, and he way over squirts the amount on her back.
Yeah.
And that was, of course, was not planned down. Her reaction is legitimate.
Oh, that's great.
So it's a wonderful look back if you get a chance to check out that Caddyshack.
Speaking about that experience, she said it was the longest and best party I've ever attended.
No doubt.
In interviews, she's also claimed that the film's producer, John Peters, tried to pressure her into posing for Playboy, but she resisted that. And then in 1982, shortly after that, she appeared in the cult sci-fi film Tron, which brought then groundbreaking video game visuals to the big screen. Morgan played both a computer programmer named Laura and a digital counterpart named Yori. And of course, that's one of my all-time favorites.
Would you do us a favor today? Would you recite the entire script in honor of her passing?
I'll just do her lines,
all right,
if you don't mind. But we'll save that for later on. She also made many guest roles on TV, including Matlock, Falcon Crest, Chips, and The Larry Sanders Show. She made regular appearances at fan conventions where fans would fawn over her and her two best-known roles. She's see guys coming over to talk to Lacey Underall, but then they become that 14-year-old boy, and it's actually very sweet and charming. So that was sad news to hear. All right, we have to head in the other direction after all of that. Halle Bailey revealed on Instagram Saturday night that she gave birth to her first child in 2023. She said, even though we're a few days into the new year, the greatest thing that 2023 could have done for me was bring me my son. She had a photo of her and her boyfriend, DDG, holding their baby's hand. And she said, welcome to the world, my halo. The world is desperate to know you. So congratulations to them. America Ferrara is grateful for her friendship with Kerry Washington. The Barbie actor told People in a recent interview, when I first had my child, my son, I went back to shoot on Superstore when he was 10 weeks old. And I was so lucky to have Kerry Washington as a friend who had two of her babies while she was on Scandal. And she said, she gave me the most detailed instructions of every single thing that I was going to do to make my life easier, down to the exact pack and play for my trailer. And she just saved me. And yes, when you're a new parent, getting good advice is a wonderful thing. You get a lot of advice.
Do you?
You get tons of advice.
Right.
And some of it's good and some of it's bad. And the stuff that you can use, you hold on to dearly. This was pretty cool. In casting land, according to Variety, fans of The White Lotus can expect to see Parker Posey, Jason Isaacs, who we recently just spoke to, Michelle Monaghan, Leslie Bibb, Dom Hetrakul. I'm going to mess up this gentleman's name, but I think it's Matai Thephenthong.
Wow.
Yes, on the third season of the show. The 6 new cast members will join Natasha Rothwell, who's reprising her role as Belinda for the new season.
Yeah, it looks like a good cast.
And I wonder if Jason Isaacs is going to play a good guy or a bad guy.
Yeah.
Because he plays a bad guy so well.
My guess is he'll probably play a bad guy.
We'll have to see. And the thing about White Lotus is you never know.
That's it.
You don't know until things develop as to where their loyalties or where their motivations lie. So, all right, and then one final story, and then we'll move on to clips. In a recent interview with Entertainment Tonight, Coleman Domingo commented on the rumors that he is set to replace Jonathan Majors in the next Avengers film. Disney and the MCU, of course, dropped Majors after he was convicted of assaulting his ex-girlfriend last month. He said, I don't know. I'm always looking at what I have to do right now. He said, I know there's talk and conversations around, and I don't know how much is true. I don't even get that from my team. I can't tell if it's true or not.
I don't think
so. He's doing it.
Yeah.
Right.
But I don't even know if they completely know where they want to go right now with this whole thing.
He said, the fans are passionate. Somehow my name is out there in the world, and I like the idea of just having your name called and someone speaking lovingly and kindly about something. It's a beautiful thing.
He was at the Golden Globes last night. He was nominated for that movie called Rustin, and I didn't know that until recently. Rustin is from West Virginia, the real Barrett Rustin, and Westchester Rustin, that high school, is named after that guy. So that biopic has a local connection.
Nice. All right, and we are ready to play the clips.
Yeah!
All right, the on-screen moments from the Golden Globes are fun, but sometimes it's backstage moments that are the juiciest. In this clip, Best Female Actor in a Musical Comedy winner, Emma Stone, addresses the person who was cheering the loudest for her, and that's Taylor Swift. Here we go.
What an asshole, am I right? No, I've known her for almost 20 years. I was very happy she was there, and she was also nominated tonight, which was wonderful. And yes, what an asshole.
She was up for the concert movie.
Emma's movie Poor Things is in theaters now. Here's our next clip. Nicolas Cage did not win the Best Actor award for his role in Dream Scenario, but he scored major fashion points by donning a metallic gold blazer on the red carpet. And here Nick explains inspiration behind his outfit.
Well, what happened is I turned 60 today.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. So this is the second most epic birthday of my life. The first was when I was born. And so I thought, well, I'm going to wear something gold because I want to celebrate my golden years at the Golden Globes.
Dream Scenario is in select theaters and available on major streaming platforms if you would like to see it.
Did you see the breakdown of the bags that they all got for being presenters? We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of merchandise in those bags.
Wow.
Crazy.
They really want you there.
Yeah. They absolutely want you there. But remember, there was a big thing for a while that they were going to cut back because it was sort of outlandish opulence. No, they're back. They're doing the full. Right. That's the only way people show up to get those bags.
We're back. Love it. All right, and there you go. Your entertainment report for this morning, a Monday, friend. We're going to take a break. John Cryer is going to be joining us on the show today. We are also going to have your first shot at a trip to head to spring training when we are down there as well. We're going to get to that around 8 o'clock, so get set, and that's courtesy of our friends with PhillySportsTrips.com. By the way, you can reserve a spot. There are some limited available to be purchased.
Nice.
And you can go to PhillySportsTrips.com to get information and travel with the pros. We're going to take a break and be back in just a second, so stay with us, please. Said, people bring awareness to that and suicide prevention and getting therapy and for people who need it. So we appreciate the time. Yes, Casey?
Yeah, we do have information about that on our website.
Okay, yep. It's located.
That's awesome.
If you'd like to
guys.
donate, you
Thanks
can.
for
Our pleasure.
bringing that up.
Great to talk to you, Zach. Good luck with everything and congratulations.
All right. You can go check out Justice League on HBO Max, and I will talk to you guys later.
Outstanding.
Awesome.
Zack Snyder, guys. Wow. Stoked for tonight.
Yes.
You're gonna watch it today?
I want to watch it straight through, and it's a tough thing on a school night. So I'm going to try. If not, it'll be tomorrow because I want to live and go into this world. I'm so damn excited.
All right, we're going to get right into this with a story. I love this one. It's about the band Korn. So when it came time to choose a name for the band, they considered being called Larry.
Stop it.
Larry.
This is a great story. That was the name of their manager at the time,
Larry,
who had told them that they could not call their band Korn. Now, Jonathan Davis told Revolver Magazine that he responded, "Well, we're gonna pick it. We're gonna name it Larry then." And he's like, "F you." And I said, "Look, it's either gonna be Larry or Korn. You effing pick it." And once they decided on a name, Davis said that the logo. This is interesting too.
Which is the K.
Well, it's the name, Korn, drawn out. The logo came about when he grabbed a crayon and wrote Korn with his left hand.
Oh, there you go.
Gosh.
And got all jaggedy.
And that's it. Yep.
Look at these people spend millions of dollars on highfalutin graphic artists.
Yep. Davis said that he credits them getting their record deal due to the number of stickers with their logo on it that they had stuck all over town. We had to share this little story. So every evening at 6 o'clock, we do a quick conference call with us, with the members of the show, just to see where we are in preparation for the following day's show. If there's anything notable that we need to be aware of, interviews and so on. And that also includes topic conversations. And so we're getting ready to wrap up the call last night, and then Kathy's got one more thing to add.
Well, Steve, so I was at a bachelorette, and Steve's like, did, bachelorette produce anything? I was like, no, not really. It was actually pretty low-key. And then I was like, oh, wait.
Yeah.
There was one thing.
There's one thing. I was talking to these girls. You remember how last week how Preston was saying that he likes to make sure that, sexual partner has achieved.
Right.
Gets the cookies.
Gets the cookies before going for the main course. And then Kathy says, and I'll say this verbatim because it's not vulgar or anything like that. She said, I didn't know until I talked to these girls that not all women will have an orgasm by having sex. Yeah. And so we're like, oh, okay. And then all of a sudden you hear Casey go, I guess I should have told you guys that I'm in the car and have the Bluetooth on and Seamus is sitting next to me.
I also brought up something from another conversation we're going to have about the wall sitting.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. But even that was more benign.
I just I was sex, orgasm, like just all the words.
All the words. Coming out of Kathy's mouth.
And so Seamus is just sitting there in the passenger seat, and I just look over at him, and I can see him smiling, right?
God.
He's just pretending like he didn't hear anything, and I'm like, okay, he heard everything. Now, here's
I didn't think Kathy had orgasms.
Well,
I mean, and honestly, of all people,
Yes.
And this is not the first. This is the second time that I've done this with Seamus in the car.
I don't remember the first time.
The first time I called in like a couple minutes late, and you had already announced that you were in the car with your kids. I didn't hear it, so at the end of I think I cursed, like I said the F word or something like that. But like I was like joking around trying to make you guys laugh, and then there was like in case he was like. Not hear me say I was in the car with my kids, and I was like, nope, I sure didn't.
Sorry. Here's the deal. I don't even know if he knows where it is.
Yeah.
All the other stuff, I'm sure he knows all about.
Right.
But the main juxt of the conversation, the gist, whatever. Yeah. I sound like anyway. The main gist of the conversation, it being the and women not getting to that. I don't even know if that all that stuff could have gone over his head, and he probably was looking that word up.
Yeah. How old is he?
He's in 8th grade.
Maybe.
I don't know. But the kids have the internet these days.
Kids.
Yeah,
and their
if
internet.
not, he knows now.
I'll tell you this, so that's something that I've never had to deal with because it's just my wife, we're transporting pets in the car. But it's such a common thing. There's no way that doesn't happen all the freaking time.
Yeah, Shell and I instituted a standard greeting, which if you're in the car and Rochelle says it to me, she goes, "Hi, you're on speaker. So and so is in with me." Like that's the first thing out of her mouth.
Say hi.
Yeah.
Now, in my defense, when I joined the call, there was already a conversation going on, so I didn't, so I couldn't bust in and go, "Hey, by the way, I'm a speaker." I just
normally it's okay. Like the majority of our calls,
It's pretty benign.
it doesn't get that detailed or graphic.
But when you're all worked up and horny, it comes through.
Apparently I needed to.
Kathy was all horned up.
Well, you know what? Casey, a couple of weeks ago, suggested maybe we do, I forget, it was like Zoom call or FaceTime or something for our conference calls. And I do that because my phone is always on speaker, like when I do the conference call, because it's dinner time and we're either cooking, cleaning, like whatever it is, and Jace is always there. And when I feel like or like sometimes there'll be like a curse that slips, I'm like, and I gotta quick get the phone and put it up to my ear.
Yeah. So whenever I talk to my buddy Jeff on the you're pretty sure that the conversation is going to go to an NC-17 rating,
right?
So we always will go, "Are you on speaker? Are you alone?" or whatever.
Right.
I mean, but with our conference call, and also my kids are older now, so it's like, but when they were children, it was like, "Hey guys, by the way, I got the kids in the car."
Well, it's for me, it's like my a Christmas story. We heard all that stuff from my dad, and so it was all part of the deal. But we never received calls through Bluetooth in the car.
Yeah,
I was in the back seat when my dad was driving. It was something that didn't happen.
Did anybody see the South Park quarantine special?
Yeah.
Yes.
I watched it with my son over the weekend, and the last 5 minutes of it, there is a giant phallus that Mr. Garrison is carrying back into town. And my son, who is a little bit older than Seamus Casey, could not stop laughing. But he was laughing so hard that he was like holding the pillow in front of his face. So like we dance around the topic, but the older he gets, the dancing just becomes less overt. You're just like, "All right, that's fine." Like he knows. You don't want to be the person, I don't know, you don't want to be like overt about it, but you also know that he knows.
Listen, I've told my, and I say this time and time again, listen, my kids are going to hear this stuff in the schoolyard, which is fine.
Right.
I don't want them teaching this stuff in the schoolyard. There's a difference, right? So
you want them getting shed talks.
No, but at the same time, with the whatever they're watching, it's like, all right, there's that weird fine line between condoning and encouraging.
Yes.
And so I don't, like, my son is now watching clips of The Family Guy, and he's getting such a kick out of it, and I hear him cracking up. And
At the
my
dirty
wife,
parts?
Probably. I don't know what he's, but my wife's like, it's not appropriate for him. I'm like, well, I know what I watched when I was 13 years old.
I think my like with my situation, my dad just got tired of trying to restrict it because and then my mother just sort of gave up. We tried, and and we were fine, but a lot of the stuff just went over our heads, and then eventually it was like somehow I just remember knowing about it. And I forget exactly where I became aware of it. It was a combination of both the schoolyard and my dad.
Yeah. I've got my my two olders. They can say whatever they want to.
Yeah. Right.
It's free reign now. I mean, they're 20 and 18.
Right.
So whatever, and they will say stuff in front of my 13-year-old. So it's everything now
is on the table.
Is on the table, except for like graphic sex or anything like that. You know what I mean? So you can. I love when parents say, they've heard everything. When they're talking about their kid who's a toddler, he's heard everything. But
no, they haven't.
He may have heard all the words, not in a specific order though.
Yeah,
which can make it very graphic and dirty.
Well, like Chuck D'Amico, right? So Chuck D'Amico is part of our pod. I work with Chuck, and then so my kids and we see each other on the weekends. Chuck D'Amico says things like, I was like, I would never say that in front of my kids, and he says it in front of my kids, and I'm like, well, I guess this is just where we are now, Like,
wait, Chuck says stuff in front of his kids that you wouldn't say in front of your kids.
He says it in front of my children. He says it in front of my children.
Like what?
All right, so for instance, we were playing
using your mouth on a donkey.
No, is it Scattergories? Yeah, we were playing Scattergories, right? And the things that are round came up, and the letter was T. And he said, and I'll just, so he said tiny toddies, but it wasn't toddies.
Right.
It was, boobs. And I was like, and like,
you were like, we don't say that.
That's 2 points, man.
You also, I know that, but you also have to remember, I also have I have the youngest of everybody, too.
Yeah.
So my 6th grader is there. My 6th grade daughter is there as well. So
That's not appropriate.
It's not. It is not.
So what you're saying is he's a bad dad.
Well, I'm saying and that we all have different style. So he might have said that in front of his 6th grade daughter but she's a sophomore in high school now. So there's a difference. And
you lose track.
When he did that, my wife and I looked at each other like
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Marissa. John Cryer will be joining us on the show later on this morning. We'll talk to him the 9 o'clock hour. Before that, 8 o'clock, we have a chance to win. Our spring training trip is coming up, and we just announced that last week. So it's a real simple contest. We're going to give you a word, a special word. It's the Clearwater word.
I love that.
The Clearwater word. And then you go enter it at WMMR.com. We'll give you the details and all that stuff coming up around 8 o'clock or so. And it's airfare, 3 nights at the Hilton Clearwater Beach Resort, tailgate parties, post-show happy hour. By the way, the hotel's got beach access.
Yes.
So you're like right there.
Yeah.
Phenomenal. So, and they do have spots to sell for this trip through phillysportstrips.com.
I was chatting with Vince from Philly Sports Trip on Friday. There's a shuttle to and from the airport. I mean, they just take care of everything for you. And that hotel's right up the road from where we stay.
Yep.
And it's just a gorgeous spot, and I cannot wait for spring training, especially with what happened with the Eagles yesterday.
Reserve your spot and travel with the pros. Go to phillysportstrips.com. So 8 o'clock, we'll have your chance to get on board with that. Then we got a concert announcement coming up 10 o'clock.
It's actually
a lot.
Too entertaining for a Monday.
Is it?
Maybe we should ratchet it back.
Should we pack it up?
Yeah. I mean, we got off to an exemplary start, so we're cooking along.
Yeah. All right. And with that, I wanted to segue over into a messed up story. I had it in news. You guys probably saw it over the weekend. A woman, and they haven't identified, or at least as far as from the stories that I've read yet,
not that I've heard,
was found dead by Xfinity Live, was caught on the fence there. She was impaled somehow or another, I think in the leg, and it's just a horrible, horrible story. And I'm trying to think about the fence around that area, and I can't really. I guess it's a black iron fence.
That's the only one I could think of.
There's a lot of fence around there.
Is there?
Yeah. I don't know where. I don't know exactly where in that complex it is, but all around is fence, and there's shorter fences and taller fences, but
this year they added fences around the stage area. Like right back the backstage, so like when we're doing Camp Out for Hunger, where the backstage is, I think so they made it taller so people can't sneak in.
So is the perception that she was there's so little that we know. It's just weird, that trying to gain access or trying to make a quicker way,
a shortcut,
right? A shortcut
to get through the parking lot or something like that.
I know sometimes too they will close. If this is, I don't know if this was that fence or the like parking lot fence like towards Patterson Avenue, but sometimes they'll close those gates. And if you're walking around in that area, there's no way to get out.
Okay.
Like, because all of the gates and all of the areas seem to be closed.
Okay. Yeah.
And if you're just kind of strolling around by yourself and you just kind of want to get out of this locked in area, it's a little intimidating.
I've had the army crawl out of there before. Not Xfinity Live, but over the Wells Fargo complex, there's a couple of exits by that, if you're going to go to like the Navy Yard or something like that. And I'm like, man, and rather than I'm not going to climb that fence. I don't want to go all the way around. So I kind of have to army crawl through it. But
dude, there have been times where I'm like, it's right there.
Yeah.
If I just climb this fence or I just shimmy between these things, I can get to that.
Right.
And I'm wondering, and obviously we don't know at this point if that was the modus operandi here for this person who sadly got impaled and died.
Yeah.
They said she was there for a couple of hours, right?
Yeah, well, she didn't
5
have
hours, they said, possibly. That's the story I read anyway.
I mean, I hope her situation was that she didn't have anybody with her, and rather than she did, and they panicked and ran away.
Right.
My cousin almost died years and years ago. This is probably before I was even born, maybe. But anyway, he was a student at Villanova, and he and his friends, I think they were going to maybe like a homecoming pep rally or something like that. Either way, they were hopping a fence to get over to somewhere. They weren't like trespassing or whatever, but I mean, I guess technically they were because they were in a construction area. And he hopped this fence, not realizing that there was a whole bunch of rebar underneath, and the rebar went through his thigh. And ruptured an artery.
Oh, ruptured an artery.
Yeah,
I mean, kill
like
you easily.
They were praying over him at the hospital, like he was going to die. Luckily, he was with people, and somebody he was with had
Fashion a
tourniquet around it, and they were able to get him out of there and get him to a hospital in time. But like, yeah, it was, and again, this is probably in the 70s. I don't,
and they just invented tourniquets.
Well, no, but they didn't have cell phones.
Yeah,
you know what
true.
I mean? So somebody had to like run and go get help, and so the emergency response probably wasn't as quick back then.
Going through the artery on the leg, you'll die pretty quickly.
I used to be a fence climber. I used to be like when I was a kid, or even probably even in my 20s. If I saw a fence and it was kind of high, I'm like, I'm going to climb that thing and jump over it just to do it.
Yeah.
Not like I didn't need to. I wasn't going anywhere. I just wanted to climb the fence.
It's in my baby book. I literally there was a note in my baby book about how much I love climbing fences. That they when I was a kid, like 2-3 years old, they took my shoes off. They were like, well, he's not going to be able to climb without his shoes on.
Wow.
And no, I still climbed them.
Really?
With my bare feet.
Chain link.
Yeah.
Like behind, like a backstop. Like at
you got to climb.
Like it was really to see how high up I can get on.
Rookie mistake is when you get to the top and then they kind of like, and then they like kind of.
Where you swing your leg over and straddle it. Yeah,
you never put the grundle on top. Right? No.
Especially if the top, sometimes the tops of the fences are not they're not curved. They have these two little points that stick up essentially at the very top. And I've always assumed, listen, the tops of fences that are pointed like that are to deter you from going over.
It's a baseball vasectomy is what it is,
And that's whether it's chain link or a fence like this that has more solid, essentially spikes at the top there. That's what those are for.
Well, there are different ways. You talk about it. It's funny that you bring up like a fence climber because there'd be different ways to do it. You do the climb. You would do the swing up where you'd actually swing your body over the top down the other side if you're really trying to scale it quickly.
Yeah.
Or if the fence was of a decent height, the lateral leap, where you sort of gymnastically jump over the fence.
Yeah, it's like pommel horse.
Like a pommel horse, yeah.
Yep. And I would always try to do that when possible, but
stick the landing if you could.
A little bit lower, but that's just, man, that's messed up. But listen, I don't know if she was like just trying to, like Marissa was saying, couldn't find a way up. Well, I guess I'll just try climbing this, and then, oh man, you slip and boom. And climbing stuff can seem like a pretty good idea at the time, and then all of a sudden it turns into injury. We've seen several stories of people that have pulled over on the side of the road at night, and they need to use the bathroom. They're driving, and there's a like a guard, not necessarily a guardrail, but a retaining wall or something. Where they'll kind of hop over and not realize they're on an overpass, and fall 30 feet to the ground and either be severely injured or die.
It's just a story where this happened. I think it was upstate New York, where it was actually one of those metallic guide rails on the side of the road, and the person was stepping over it. It was at night, thinking they were going to go take a leak because everything was visible. You wouldn't be able to escape the headlights of traffic. You'd be standing there with your dong out. So the guy jumps over, not realizing that it was a precipitous fall. And he lived, but he rolled down into this ravine, and that's the stuff that happens occasionally.
Yeah. Casey, what's that cemetery that's over by
St. Peter and Paul?
Yeah, it's by
O'Hara.
O'Hara.
Yeah, I saw a deer actually hanging from there one time.
Yeah, like that's happened a few times, right?
Yeah, it's tall. I mean, it's short enough where the deer looks eyes it up because I can do that.
Goodbye, cruel world.
But this one, the one that I had taken the picture of, it looked like it had just like barely gotten like over, and then the hind legs got caught up because there are points at the top, right? Because sometimes they have those fences where there is a bar that's horizontal.
Right. Those are good climbing fences.
Yeah, those are good climbing fences, but this one did not. Yeah, and so that deer that I saw, and actually it's happened on a few occasions where it just
impaled. Up above the,
And there was nothing that this thing could do. It just got caught up there and
I'm
let out. Yeah.
Have any of us ever been impaled before?
Yeah, on my calf muscle when I was a kid climbing a fence. Yeah,
seriously?
I mean, it went in a little bit. I wasn't like rebar through the thigh, but yeah, it hurt like a son of a bitch. And it was one of the cases where I had to, and I'm a little idiot. I'm a big idiot now, but I'm pulling instead of lifting my leg directly up so that it slid out. Yeah, but it was maybe like an inch and a half, so it wasn't like it wasn't going to kill me.
Still was a puncture wound.
Yeah, it was a puncture wound. Yeah.
I even hate saying that, puncture wound.
Well, I have a friend. She was my girlfriend back in 8th grade, and still like she recounts the story. We were playing capture, and we were climbing over a fence, and this was one of those chain link fences, Preston, that didn't have a horizontal bar at the top, so it kind of had a little waviness at the top of it.
Yes.
And we were jumping over it, and I guess maybe we were being chased or something like that. So I grabbed her and like pulled her over. It kind of makes me cringe just thinking about it because the top. Yeah.
Yeah,
you scratch.
Yeah.
Well, it was more than a scratch, but like, yeah, I mean, it just kind of shredded her leg, and it was my fault. And so she likes to retell the story that I did that to her. I'm like, I didn't stab your leg and shred it. I was trying to help you get away from the person who was trying
Sorry
to
about
capture
your
you.
vagina.
Wow. Hold on. I have Chrissy on the line, has a story. Hi, Chrissy. Morning.
So, good morning. So this is on the lighter side of things. No blood involved, but one year we were at a Halloween party in the Pine Barrens, and my husband was dressed up as a devil, and his friend was dressed up as a Mexican guy, and they disappear into the woods to go smoke some pot, and they don't come back for like an hour, and I'm mad. I'm like, where are they? They come back. They're soaking wet. They jumped over a hill into what they thought was a pile of leaves. It was the creek water. And they went in over their heads in their devil costumes and Mexican, and they came back shivering.
Yeah, no, that's a little less dangerous, but it's still. I mean, you could have drowned. You don't know. You don't know what you're jumping onto.
Yeah.
Into the vast darkness, in the middle of the Pine Barrens. They're like, oh, this looks safe. Boing.
They thought it was leaves?
Yeah, in the onesie red devil costume. You should have seen it.
Yeah,
That's great. All right. Thank you,
All
Chrissy.
wet.
Appreciate it.
All right, I'm a little embarrassed to tell this story given what our jobs are, but the last time I climbed a fence was at Union Transfer, the concert venue, with Matt Cord and my boyfriend at the time. We were all going to a Mighty Mighty Bosstones concert. And some of us know that Matt is friends with some of the guys from the Mighty Mighty Bosstones. So we thought, like, well, maybe we're on the Backstage list. And so we were standing on the fence and we couldn't get anyone's attention. So here I am. I think it's a great decision. I climbed the fence.
Really?
Of a concert venue.
Okay.
Where the buses are.
How far up did you get?
Steve, it was like an 8-10 foot fence. Oh, I
would have
made it
loved to have seen that.
all the way over. I'm wearing 4-inch heels.
Yeah.
So I think the hardest part was, after you make it over, you kind of like jump 3 feet and you like smack.
Yeah.
I did something to my ankle. It was busted up.
So you weren't able to skank in those 4-inch heels?
No, yes I did. Yes,
You
I
did?
did.
You still-
I
okay.
did. I swear the security guard watched me do the whole thing because then he just kind of strolled over and was like, can I help you?
What are you
we were
doing?
like, no. And then he's like, you got to get out of here? We were like, yeah. And he made me climb back over the fence
Really?
to get out. Yes.
All right. There you go.
That's a hard
I'm
ass.
sorry
Gotta
to
do
the
it.
people at Union Transfer. I did
Nick,
that.
the time that you got stuck at the Man,
Yeah,
you were kind of trapped inside the venue, right?
I was, and I looked at the fences.
Did you think about it?
No, because listen, this is such an awful story, and I feel terrible for this woman. And she's the same age that I am. She's 48, or she was 48, and who knows what she was thinking when she decided to do that. But like, if I look at those fences now, no way in hell do I even think about trying to climb it because I know that I'm going to hurt myself at some point. So I had to crawl through the weeds instead.
It's that moment of indecision, though. We all I might even be prompted now if I was like looking at someplace and I'm like, why can't I get to it?
Here's an interesting text. It says, I work as a nurse for the prison system. There were a couple of folks who attempted to escape by climbing the wall. One guy got his calf muscle caught in the barbed wire and was actually hanging for a bit before falling off, and it tore open his entire calf muscle.
What was the story at the was it an amusement park where somebody was upside down for like 5 hours and they died because you can't.
If it to your head for that long.
Right. You can go for a fair amount of time, but you can't go for too long or else you will die.
Yeah, so I don't know this woman, this story to Xfinity. We don't know if it was a blood loss thing or if it was something like that. Because apparently she was there for several hours, which is just, I mean, I can't even imagine. It's just torturous.
In a much more benign thing, we were climbing a tree as kids, and my friend was wearing a belt and was coming down, and as he turned around, one of the
branch?
knob on caught the back of his
Tell
belt,
me he was hanging there.
and he was hanging. And it's just the best.
By your belt. That's
By your
okay.
belt. Yeah.
That's pretty good. Hey guys, pinata. Bring your best.
It's the best.
Wow. We'll go to Rob next. Hi, Rob. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, bud?
Hey, so back when I was in high school, we used to have this cemetery probably like a quarter mile from the school. And at night, it was kind of like a weird party spot. So one night, a few buddies of mine and I went in, and my buddy tried to hop the fence. And it was one of those black wrought iron fences with spikes at the top.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we all made it over. He was the last one to go, and he slipped and tore through his pants and
his ball sack?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Unfortunately, he ended up losing one of them.
Whoa! He tore a nut out.
All right, so you were there, Rob?
Yeah, no, I was there.
All right.
Terrible.
Okay, so when he came over and it caught, did he fall all the way to the ground after that?
Yeah, after he was kind of there for like a second, and then he kind of just toppled over.
Holy hell!
So what did you guys do immediately after he fell and you realized, I'm sure there's blood everywhere?
Yeah, it was terrible. No, there was a little convenience store like across the street, so one of our buddies ran over there and had them call 911.
Did you get some ice and try to save the nut, or was you like put it in a?
Taking that fast, man. It was a mess. We were all,
Dude, that's horrendous. That beats leg injury.
So, Rob, how long were you friends with that guy for a while afterwards?
Not really. I was kind of like one of the satellite friends in that group.
All right, I was just curious if you ever heard what happened to him after that.
I'm doing okay. No, he's fine. He missed a little bit of school for a while, but he came back. He's all right.
Oh, my God. Wow.
That is a good excuse if you're going to miss school.
Yeah.
I tore one of my balls out.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Rob. Appreciate that. Sort of. Here is a text came and says, J.R. Reed, ex-Eagles player, suffered an injury which ended his 2005 season while jumping a fence near his home.
Yep.
Cut the back of his knee and sustained damage to the peroneal nerve, I guess.
Perineal?
Maybe that's it. Perineal nerve that affects movement of his lower leg and foot.
Wow.
Really?
I do remember that. Yeah, but that was I don't want to say over a decade.
Familiar? Man, oh man. We'll go to Don next. Yo, Don, morning, bud.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, man?
I got a story for you, man. We were playing Jailbreak. I was like 8 years old, and my uncle had a 67 Chevelle underneath of this tree. I climb up it, and one of the girls in the neighborhood said, I see you. I said, yeah, but you got to catch me. So I went to jump down, and my butt hit the top of the car, and when I slid down, the wing window went through my leg. My muscle my stuff up out of my sack. I was messed up, man. I took my other leg and pushed up off the window.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
This was back in the 70s, man. So, somebody had to run to go get help, and it was crazy.
What was the repair work like? You end up with a lot of stitches?
Oh, yeah. The wing window went clear through my muscle and popped out the top of my leg.
Golly God!
Yeah, and I pushed myself up off of it.
Oh, my God. Don, how old were you at the time?
I was 8 years old.
Oh, jeez.
So did the girl tag you?
Yeah.
You're in.
Yo, she was so upset that she couldn't catch me. She tried to catch me before I fell on it, man.
Wow.
Girl.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Messed up. All right. Thanks, Don. Appreciate it, man.
Guys,
it's crazy. I think about us as human beings and how really fragile we actually are. I mean, if you think about a when you hear sometime if somebody fell like 100 some odd feet or whatever, you're like, that's instant death,
Right.
But think about like a like an 8-foot fall.
Right.
8 feet is not that very far. And you can hurt yourself severely by that.
You can die, yes, from much shorter falls, and it can be the most bizarre thing. I mean, I think you guys know. There was a guy who was coming down the steps and hit his head on a humidifier or something like that. A friend of yours.
Oh yeah.
I mean, and it's just a
Fell down the
random
stairs. Yeah,
something
died.
that you think would be, oh, that must have hurt. No, they killed him.
I know. Walking down the
Yeah.
stairs, taking a little tumble like that can be catastrophic. It's crazy, and I try not to think about that because you want to walk around, with bubble wrap around your body all the time.
Which I'm down with.
Remember, Casey, when we rolled you down the art museum steps?
I was safe.
Wrapped in bubble wrap?
I was wrapped in bubble wrap, so I was okay. I think I had a helmet, too.
Anyone will tell you, if you just wrap yourself in bubble wrap, you're safe.
That was a long time ago.
We should do that again.
We should do that again.
But with somebody else.
Ah, damn it. Hang on, I want to go to Corinne. Hi, Corinne. Good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. Corinne, what's up?
When I was about 16, 17, my friend and I decided that we wanted to sneak out of the house, do a little bit of mischief. So we go up to the front of our house, and we have a fence there because we had dogs. And I got over. She went to get over and got stuck on the fence.
Oh.
Could not get off.
I could not get off. And we heard a rip, and I was like,
Oh, wait, hang on, Corinne. You still there?
we tried to get her off. Can
Hey,
you hear me? I'm
Corinne,
sorry.
hang on. We lost you for a second. You heard a rip, and then what?
Oh, okay, we tried to get her off, and she's like, I feel blood. And I look, and in her crotch is pouring blood out.
Oh, my God. So did she rip up her lady parts?
Yes.
Holy
no.
Had to go wake up my dad at 2:30 in the morning to tell him that we were sneaking out and that my friend got stuck on the fence, and we were going to have to take her to the ER because there's blood
God
everywhere.
damn it, gotta go to the vagina doctor now.
Right? That's what my dad's like, really? Why didn't you guys just open the fence and walk through?
Right.
I don't know.
It would make noises. You guys would have woken up.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, you had to be surreptitious about it. And so she ended up with it. So how bad was the injury?
Oh.
She got about 10 stitches, and it was like just barely missed her special hole.
Oh, wow.
Her special hole.
A great new name.
Yeah.
The special hole.
That was,
What, Corinne?
and we just in the fence.
All right, she gets regular. All right, Corinne, thank you for your call. We appreciate it. See you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, I have a jumping over the fence story, but it doesn't have an injury involved with it at all, but it was kind of funny. And I forgot
Your special hole was intact?
No, my special hole was just fine. So my buddy and I we're going to try to go, like, we snuck out like she did, like Corinne did, and we were going to go to, I guess it was his girlfriend's at the time, Donna. I remember who the girl was, but I can't remember my buddy who was with me. But anyway, so apparently, and I didn't know this, but Donna's family had a backyard that was kind of corralled in by a fence. And so we go to jump over the fence. And what I didn't know was on the other side of that fence were horses.
Right.
Okay.
Is this at night?
Yeah, it's at
Okay,
night.
yeah,
This
yeah.
is pitch black night. So I jump over the fence. And as soon as my 2 feet hit the ground, I hear a horse rear up, like right by me. Like, right.
So you scared it.
They're gigantic.
Yeah,
of course. This is late at night.
Okay.
This is pitch black dark. But I did not know until that moment that horses fart, and they fart loud.
Really?
Yes. Because this thing, as it was running off, was like shooting these big ass horse farts as it's running away. And so I'm simultaneously terrified and laughing my ass off. And we ended up, that was enough. We didn't go any further. We didn't go wake up Donna.
You've done all your living in one night.
We ended up getting out of there, but it scared the hell out of me because literally I land my feet, it spooked the horse rears up. It didn't whinny or anything like that, but I heard this very big beast moving around, and then I hear as it's going away.
So good.
That's how, like,
Hand to God.
if you are ever, if you ever break down in a wooded area, or if you're ever, we talked about this years ago, that Blair Witch made such good usage of the woods and darkness,
and
and
darkness.
off to the side of a road if you're going to take a leak, as you talked earlier in the conversation about people jumping over a fence because they want to get off the road to go do their business, not realizing they're on a cliff or they're at the top of a ravine, or as you said, sometimes an overpass where they jump down to the street below, not knowing.
There was another night that we were out and sneaking out. I don't know where we were going or what we were doing, but we ended up walking in some farmland or something like that. And we're walking down this dirt road, dude, and a dog came out of nowhere.
Man.
This is the middle of the night, and he's barking and started chasing him down. I've never run faster in my life.
In the dark, you don't know.
I know.
It's a werewolf. I tell you, it's a werewolf. Because your mind is just running wild.
Casey, it was right out of
Stand By Me?
Stand By Me, which is another fence because he gets to the fence and barely gets over, but Chopper wasn't as bad as he thought it was going to be. But I had the same thing. I had this dog nipping at my heels, and I thought I was dead. I thought I was dead because it was just barking. And eventually he gave up. The dog gave up.
How the hell was this?
Yeah.
You pussy.
How the hell it is.
Yeah.
There goes another one.
Yeah.
Look at that pussy over there.
DBH.
Go play with your special hole when you get home. I'm going to go to Tony. Hi, Tony. Morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you, Preston?
Good. What's up, Tone?
So I was a bullet and paper boy. This is in the late 70s. I have two routes, and they're separated by a strip of Greenmount Cemetery. This is in Feltonville section of Philly. So I take the shortcut through, and I'm climbing the fence. And the fence is about a 6-foot fence, but it's on top of another 2-foot concrete parapet. As I'm at the top of the fence, and I'm going to jump off, my foot gets caught in between the chain link fence and the horizontal crossbar of the chain link fence.
Oh, no.
I'm hanging upside down.
Oh, no.
About 8 foot from the ground. My head's about 4 foot from the ground. I'm there for a couple minutes trying to myself when two of Philly's finest roll up on me in a car.
Oh, no.
And they roll down the window and they're like, what's going on? Well, I could really use some help here.
Yeah.
This exchange goes on for 3 or 4 minutes before, they're literally laughing themselves to death, and they drive away. They leave me hanging.
They drove away?
They drove away.
How'd you get out?
It took another 5 minutes of brute force and ignorance to try and extract myself from the fence.
Wow.
Ended up with a couple broken toes, which I had to hobble through and finish my second paper route.
Oh, wow. Wow.
And I don't know what was worse, the broken toes or the drop from the 8 foot.
Oh, my God. Yeah. So once you got out of there, once you got loose, did you fall on your head?
No, I managed to come down on my back.
Okay. That could have killed you.
Yes, absolutely. We talk about that again earlier. You take what you think is a small fall.
Oh, just a couple feet.
Stand on the top of a regular house ladder.
Yeah.
And the ironic part is my dad was a cop.
Oh, really?
There you go. There you go.
Did you tell your dad?
Oh, absolutely.
Then or years later?
Yeah. Oh, no, that day. And if you remember Red Foreman on the 70s, what was his famous line to Eric?
Dumbass.
Yeah,
right?
well, that's what my dad told me.
Dumbass. All right,
guys, I got to get into work.
All right, Tony, thanks for the call. We appreciate it, man. Wow. Yeah, that little bit, it can be, things are more dangerous than you think they are.
Wasn't Kathy's father was at the top of a ladder?
Yeah.
He fell, but he broke his
leg,
femur.
Right? Yeah, his femur. That's a big bone to break.
Yeah. And you would think, okay, that's probably not that much, but yeah, it is.
Yeah, and he didn't want to go to the hospital, of course, or anything like that.
Since when do you go to the hospital when you break a major bone?
Yeah, exactly. We get another call, and then we're going to have to take a break. I'll go. Let's see. Patrick's been on hold for a while. So, hi, Patrick.
Patrick.
Good morning, Patrick.
Hey, good morning. Good morning to see you guys.
Good morning, buddy. What's up?
Hey, so I was trimming some trees over a chain link fence one time, and I figured since it was like 4 or 5 feet from the ground, I didn't really need my equipment. Well, I grabbed onto a branch while I was trimming, and I fell onto the chain link fence. And the first thing to hit the spike, which was like 3 millimeters, was my hand. And the spike went in about an inch.
Oh.
And I couldn't get it off for about 5 minutes until I just ripped it off, and it swelled up like a balloon.
Oh.
A tiny little spike made my hand swell. I couldn't use it for like a week.
Did it become infected, I guess?
Yeah, I had to get a tetanus shot and everything.
Yeah.
It became infected, and I couldn't. It was like I broke my thumb.
Yeah.
You raise a good point. I suppose after my calf was punctured, I probably should have gotten a tetanus shot.
Oh, yeah.
But I never did.
Oh, man.
You know.
Yep, you got lucky there. Wow. Well, this is a horrible, unfortunate story, and there aren't really many details as of now. I guess I don't know if they've identified who she is or how this happened, and I hope they can figure it out. And it's just tragic, but be careful. These fences and things like that are more dangerous than anything. We're watching a video of a guy trying to go
That's
over
me, Preston.
a chain link
me
fence.
in
Jackie.
New Mexico.
That's you?
Yeah.
Oh, no. And Case and Jackie.
Yeah.
And this is a chain link fence that does not have a support beam across the top, which means it's as weak as hell. And these two adults have climbed over it. Were you guys planting a gold rose, Casey?
No. I think this was our first trip out.
You had your climbing Birkenstocks on.
Yeah, the special climbing Birkenstocks on. I think we were trying to drop maybe an MMR sticker on a Welcome to New Mexico sign.
Look at you. That could have ended so bad.
Yeah, I think I have more faith in you, Casey, than I do with Jackie.
Well, he's taller, so and lankier, so I think he was better off.
Oh, my goodness. Well, you make a good team.
Yeah.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Well, and that's the thing. We were together, and we had each other to support.
Yes.
So
lean on me.
Yeah, and here's another thing. If you find yourself by yourself and are contemplating doing a parkour maneuver or something like that, wait it out.
Yeah.
Wait till somebody is there with you, because you may not see it coming, but something bad could happen and you need some backup. Wow.
And if you screw up, you can provide someone with a good laugh.
That too.
Yeah,
Yes,
don't let them miss out.
All right, well, thank you for your calls. We do appreciate it. Be careful. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. We'll get to the bizarre file, and then, yes, we're going to get our clear Wooder word of the day.
Yeah.
And possibly get you to spring training with us coming up in March. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Do I say something? Well, I'm saying something to him now. Don't say stuff like that in front of my daughter, right? Don't say stuff like that in front of my 11-year-old daughter, my 11-year-old Catholic school daughter.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Kathy, don't talk about orgasms in front of my son.
But I didn't.
Unless you're going to teach him how to give one to a.
Oh God, stop it.
Dear Lord.
Stop.
We are crossing
Yeah, no, I don't want to
territories.
do that. Yeah, this isn't good.
By the way, I just jotted down, I need to watch South Park movie with my sons. I don't think we've ever seen that. And that gets as dirty as you can possibly get.
And watch this quarantine special, because it's pretty damn funny.
Okay. And there's a huge phallus in it at some point?
Yeah.
Because there's a little one in the South Park movie where Saddam Hussein whips out.
Right. No, this is a giant man gets turned into a penis and gets hauled into town.
All right. Nice. All right. Well, anyhow, if Kathy's on your call and you're on Bluetooth with your children, make sure you say something, because otherwise there's going to be
just let loose.
But
an
literally, I would be the
moment.
last person to say something in front of a kid.
Are we still on for the swingers party tonight?
Stop. Oh, God.
By the way, today is National Cheesesteak Day.
Yes.
So I figured
it's a food thing.
Food is on the brain.
Yeah.
And, we're going to do some giveaways with Steakum in a little bit, who have stopped by this morning to give us some stuff to give to you. But let's have a seat and have a meal, if you will.
It's time for the Connoisseur in honor of National Cheesesteak Day. We're going to talk all things food.
We definitely are. Maybe we can get into a cheesesteak discussion at some point.
You know, there's a Goldberg tie into cheesesteaks. They always run that episode.
Yeah,
where they,
donkeys.
Donkeys.
Right?
Yep,
And
absolutely.
the whole big thing was that the best cheesesteak in the world is not in Pennsylvania.
And you know what?
It was really good. Really
I need to get
good.
back there.
I know.
I'll have to, when I have a cheat moment, I'll do that.
Well, and some people call no fair because it's not on the long roll. It's on a Kaiser.
Yeah.
Poppy C. Kaiser or whatever. I got no problems with that.
I don't care. I think it just tastes great.
I
That's
say
all there is to it.
If you
And
put
less
it in
filling.
if you put it in between white bread, it's still a cheesesteak.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Word.
All right. So I've got my
Yes,
chef's hat on.
Your puffy chef's hat.
So we're going to start with this.
What is the technical name of that hat?
Chef's hat.
Chef's hat.
Is it literally just
I don't
chef's
know.
hat?
You got me. Because there's a couple different ones. I think like sous chefs wear a different hat. And so there's a variety of different hats that are worn in certain restaurant situations. So it's called a toque, Steve.
All right, there we go.
So according to this, it says the chef's hat is officially called a toque.
That's toque.
Which is Arabic for hat.
Right.
While the term has existed for a few thousand years, the French popularized the word when referring to a chef's hat, according to Culinary Anyone. That's a website, I guess. By the 1800s, that hat has become known as the toque blanche.
Oh, because it's white.
Or white hat. Yeah.
I know you're about to get going with something.
Sir.
I don't think a cheesesteak in between white bread is still a cheesesteak.
It is.
All right. Maybe we can come back to this.
I stand corrected.
No,
I mean, is it called a cheesesteak roll?
Yeah,
No, it's called cheesesteak.
I think you've bastardized the sandwich by putting it in between white bread.
Okay.
If we're going to come back to cheesesteak,
You talking about
later.
sandwich bread, just regular sandwich bread?
Yeah. I mean, what if you put a hamburger in between two pieces of white bread? Is it not a hamburger anymore?
I will
It's that
accept.
you didn't have any rolls left and you had nothing else to use.
I will accept a Kaiser roll, but at white bread, I think you are killing the very being of what a cheesesteak is.
It's still a cheesesteak. I'm not saying I'm not killing the being of it, but it's still a cheesesteak. If you put peanut butter and jelly on a hoagie roll, it's still a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Would you then call it a steak sandwich? Because I don't see that as a steak sandwich. A steak sandwich I see on a roll.
I think if you put it on a bagel, it's no longer a cheesesteak. I think on white bread,
the bread has that much sway over it. You think?
Yeah, I think you have ruined the very of a cheesesteak. I think it's like steak sandwich ingredients on white bread. I think
Do
it's
me a
no
favor.
longer a cheesesteak.
Put some documentation together and send it on over.
Let me ask you. You have a problem with cheesesteak egg rolls? It's still called cheesesteak.
It's not even remotely a cheesesteak.
It's still a cheesesteak. It's called
It's got cheesesteak ingredients.
Cheesesteak.
No, it's not.
It's a cheesesteak egg roll.
Call it a cheesesteak egg roll.
I'm
Then
yelling
go
at-
call
I'm yelling
it
at
a
him.
cheesesteak egg roll.
You think that's a cheesesteak sandwich
Because
just
it's got
add egg rolls?
cheesesteak in
It
it.
is not a cheesesteak sandwich. It has cheesesteak. What makes
Ingredients.
it has cheese steak, but it does not. It's not a
an egg roll.
cheesesteak. In the classic form, it's a cheesesteak egg roll. Cheesesteak egg roll.
I just want to point out to everyone, looking at Casey's body language, he's deadly serious about all this, right?
Well, it's
And he's
dumb.
wrong.
It is a dumb conversation to have, and it's okay.
Okay.
It's a dumb. Listen, it's a cheesesteak. It's what is inside the roll that it's named after. It doesn't matter what you wrap it in. It
Okay.
doesn't matter
And cut Nick
Yeah.
some slack because he's had really loose bowel movements for the past day or
okay.
two. So.
He's not thinking right.
Yeah.
He's low on electrolytes.
Just had a visit down to the third floor.
Did you make a cheesesteak?
Well, no, but man, do they got a nice bathroom down there.
Sony has recruited Zachary Levi to star in Sony's live-action adaptation of the classic children's book Harold and the Purple Crayon.
Did you ever read that book, or did your kids?
I don't remember
Yeah.
it. I know the title,
So do I.
but I don't remember what it's about.
It was a staple in our household when Ben was 3 and 4 years old.
Okay. And I love Zachary Levi, man.
He's great.
He just seems like a guy I want to know.
We could absolutely hang with him. At least it seems that way.
Yeah.
I loved him in the show Chuck.
The story, published in 1955 and written by Crockett Johnson, tells the story of a 4-year-old who created worlds around him with his crayon.
He is the voice of Flynn Rider, correct?
He is.
Yeah.
Which is a far superior movie, Tangled, than Frozen.
Yeah, I know you're a big proponent of that.
Casey's opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I texted you guys about Flynn Rider last night.
I saw that, and by the way, I was looking at the cover of Herpel and the Perilled Crayon
And the hairy donut. Herpel and the hairy donut.
Hey, I know someone named Christine Herpel, by the way.
We do.
We do. She's working at NBC.
Not her first name, but
Herpel. It's not. It's Meeston Moidy.
Purple.
Herpel.
I love purple.
I'll let you guys laugh that out, and then I'll
It's hard. It's hard when it happens.
funny.
It's just there. You got to get past it.
So anyway, yes, Nick over something about the fact that the people have voted that Flynn Rider is the sexiest Disney character ever. According to who?
This guy, Kevin Sparrow, did a Twitter poll.
I just think he's
he did a Twitter poll.
Yeah.
Nipple piercing.
Yeah.
Not piercing in general. Never has appealed to me. Appealed to me. I've never had a pierced
Does
ear,
Pierre have,
nothing, nose.
Pierre has both nipples pierced, right?
I think he does. Yeah.
Ooh,
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
I have 5 in my ears.
Do you really still?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I
nipples?
I got 5 nipples. I got 3 nipples in the left ear, and 2 nipples in the right ear.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I can stick earrings through them right now if I wanted to.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. It didn't look right. I tried. I was in old radio and and every time I looked in the mirror, I'm like, I don't look like an earring guy. Yeah.
I had my nipple pierced.
Shut up.
Are you kidding? Miss Needle Phobic?
How long have we known you? We
Happy birthday, Preston!
Thank you. It's my birthday present from Kathy Romano.
Birthday miracle!
Revealed that she had her nipple pierced.
I still don't believe
smiling. She was smiling when I brought this up. She looked at me holding up her hand, meaning I have something to say, and you had this bizarre look on your face.
Wow.
Oh my
Look
God.
at Steve.
Steve
so
can't even
perplexed.
speak.
No,
doesn't know what to
this
do.
makes sense, though, because sometimes I'll see Kathy walking around, and she'll have a kettlebell suspended from her crotch. And I'm like, what's that?
Okay, so
What's that attached to? And she has another piercing.
let's unpack this here for a moment.
Okay,
Okay,
all
so
right. I can explain.
number 1, you're deathly afraid of needles,
Yes.
anything that has to do with that. Number 2, you're so pristine when it comes to anything that
She has a perfect vagina.
to do. Well, by pristine, I mean
No
what's
tattoos.
yeah,
Unblemished.
and also no touching any even remotely
Yucky
sexual areas, naughty areas of the body.
Well, you've been scarred by your mother.
Let me sit down here.
I know.
Okay, sit down and I'll tell you the
'Cause I wanna
story.
hear-
There's got to be a catch
Casey,
here.
fan him. Fan him.
Please.
There's a catch here. There's got to be a catch.
All right. How long ago?
Okay, so
Last week.
no, let me think about this. Okay, I think it was college. Yeah, I was in college.
It had to be.
Somebody had to have been kidnapped, and this was the only way to get them released.
Well, I was trying to think if it was after college, but it wasn't.
Like a
So-
spring break thing?
No, so it was in college. I had a very good friend from high school, turned stripper, she was getting pierced.
Okay.
And so and by the way, she hid from me that she was a stripper for a long time. So I didn't know she was a stripper, but she was. Anyway, so she was going to get something pierced. Now, I grew up, my mom always taught me, do not get a tattoo. In 10 years, you're not going to like it. You're going to pick something today, and you're never going to like it. And so that stuck with me. What she was okay with, now I don't think she knew I got my nipple pierced, but what she was okay with was piercings because you could always take them out.
Right.
They grow back, yeah.
Yeah, so I had piercings all the way up my ear, in the cartilage, all of that.
Yeah.
I had my belly button pierced. And
I didn't know that either.
so at this point, then there was like, well, what else do I get pierced? My friend was going to get a piercing. I forget which. She was getting her nose done. I didn't want to get my nose done because I have terrible allergies. I'm like, that thing's gonna go flying when I blow. We were just there, like, just do it. So she basically convinced me, and I was like, I don't know if I can do this. So
Was it a dude who did it?
It was a guy who did it. We went to like a place we were in New Hope, so it was like a piercing place. It wasn't like some corner store. I felt comfortable. It was very like doctor-esque.
Right.
The room was set up. So I did it. I got my nipple pierced.
You were drinking beers?
No, listen. It was terrible. It was an awful, awful experience. My body rejected it.
Oh.
It never healed ever. It was like a massive infection.
Wow.
And, yeah. And my boyfriend at the time was fine. He was finally like, "What are you doing? Just take it out. It's not gonna." Because I thought I went through all of this.
Yeah.
Like I had a needle go through my nipple. Like, help me here. So I didn't want to take it out because I went through all of that. It was terrible. It was terrible pain when he did it. Afterwards, like it was. So I did not have it very long, and I ended up taking it out.
Was the intention to get both of them done initially, and then you
No.
stopped after one? No,
Just
you just want to
one?
get
I was
one.
just getting one.
You
and
seem more like a completist.
See what
Was it
happened.
A stud,
It was a ring.
It was a ring?
Yeah.
Ring.
Okay.
It was a ring. You
All
had,
right.
but I mean, it was terrible. It was so bad. It was so infected. I had to put like a gauze pad in my bra because it was infected. And no, it was disgusting. It was awful. Yeah.
So that's horrible. That's disgusting.
Awful.
I have to imagine, did you at least become woozy during any of these piercings when you're as needle phobic as you are?
So the thing with needles and me is if I can't look at it. That's every time I have passed out because of it, I watched it. So I watched Jace getting stitches. I watched the needle go through his chin.
Right.
I saw the skin pull, and I was like, that was it. I was out. So each time I was watching it. So this obviously I didn't watch. I closed my eyes, turned my head, held my stripper friend's hand,
held
and
your nipple out.
Put my nipple out, and there we go.
That was it.
And do you have scarring to this day from it?
Yes, there's like a tiny. You wouldn't know. Here, I'll show you. Come here.
Come on. Let us decide. So we'll try to pick the one out.
When you see.
It is a tiny little like spot. Yes, I can see it. It's on one side, but if you guys were sucking on my nipples, you would never know.
If we're sucking on your nipples.
Well, leave it to Kathy to make a story like that unsexy.
Wow.
So I don't know. It was pretty sexy.
It started off sexy, and then the infection and the gauze.
Yes.
How many days or weeks did it last?
It was in a couple of weeks. Like I said, I tried. I went back to the guy. He was like, here, gave me, cleaning and this and that and whatever. And it just, like, literally my body was rejecting.
Your nipple whistles now and then?
Every once in a while.
Did your mom find out about this right now as well?
Probably, yeah. I think she probably found out
She's
now.
on the roof ready to swan dive into the parking lot.
So how long total do you think you actually had it in?
Nick, probably maybe a month or something, and it just was not getting better.
And always painful all the time.
It was so painful the entire time. It never healed. It was always painful.
Did removing it hurt, or was it
yes.
really? Oh, really?
No, hurt. And I remember too. I was in the bathroom at my boyfriend's house in college. It hurt so bad. The way like college bathrooms was disgusting. It was so gross. And I was up there with my friend, and she was like, "That's it. We're taking it out." And we just, because remember the old piercer, or what they used to use. I don't know what they use now, but it had little balls on the end, so you had to screw the ball off so that you could take the hoop off.
Yep.
So it was like the whole thing was just painful. It was awful.
Oh my God. All right. So the actual act of having it pierced, because I couldn't do it. It just seems like it would be so painful.
It was awful. It was
okay.
A man is in custody and en route to a hospital for mental health treatment after he jumped naked into the massive aquarium at the Bass Pro Shop on Thursday night. This is in a town called Police Chief Paul. Incident happened near closing time. The 42-year-old man was reported to be acting erratically. He drove a vehicle into a pole in the store parking lot. After the crash, he got out of his vehicle. He took off all his clothes. Woo! He ran into the Bass Pro Shop and jumped into the aquarium. And video taken by bystanders show the man do a cannonball into the aquarium. And then later stand underneath the waterfall for a while.
To be honest, it is pretty inviting. Unless if it's like Cabela's or,
Yeah, I'd like to jump.
It looks like a rustic little swimming hole.
As 2 police officers began to walk up the stairs, the man exited the water and yelled something to the officers and then dove back into the water. He continued to shout something to officers before he climbed over the side of the aquarium and dropped to the concrete floor below, appearing to have been knocked out by the fall, by the way. Officers handcuffed the man, who then woke up and began to try to struggle. Someone covered him with a blanket as officers took him from the store. Irwin said the man was only in the water for about 5 minutes before officers arrived, so he got to swim around for a little while.
Yeah, a little bit.
He was taken to a hospital for a mental evaluation and then booked into the St. Clair County Jail. By the way, those things are stocked with fish.
They are stocked with fish.
Lots of them. Jail records show George Owens is charged with public lewdness, disorderly conduct, resisting arrest, assault on a police officer, 2 counts of first-degree criminal mischief, and 2 counts of reckless endangerment.
And by the way, jumping into something like that, you've got to reset the tank then.
Yeah, I would imagine so. And it's a lot colder than you think it's going to be, most likely. So, all right, a Pennsylvania couple is apparently willing to go to disgusting lengths after their dog, a golden doodle named Cecil, decided to eat a good portion of $4,000 in cash.
Oh, man.
left on the kitchen counter of their Pittsburgh home. Clayton and Carrie Law had recently withdrawn the large chunk of cash from their savings account to put toward a fence installation, but their dog, not previously known to eat things off the counter, at first. Carrie said, "This dog, I swear to God, has never touched anything in his life." And she, of course, was in disbelief that he was eating a bunch of $150 bills.
But we love him.
She said, "Suddenly, Clayton, her husband, yelled to me, 'Cecil's eating $4,000. And I thought, I can't be hearing that right. I almost had a heart attack. The money had only been out on the counter for about 30 minutes before Cecil made a grab for it and managed to ingest a sizable chunk of it. After the reality of
100.
Of what had happened sunk in, the couple's first response, they said, was to reach out to Cecil's vet to make sure he was okay. And after the vet told them to monitor the dog from home, the couple got to work piecing back together the bills that had been chewed up, and unfortunately, the ones had already been eaten too.
Crapping out those dollar bills, 100.
Cecil threw up some of the money, which is gross enough, but unfortunately, they committed themselves to piecing back together the money that came out of his other end, too.
And by the way, dog crap, as you well know, is as pungent as it gets.
Yeah, Carrie said, there we are at the utility sink. We were washing this crappy money, yelling, "Yay, we got one." But it smelled horrible, she said.
Yeah.
The reason behind going through the dog's poop to recover the bills, the bank told the couple that so long as the serial numbers on the bills were visible, they would take them back.
I didn't realize it could be that shredded up and still be reclaimable if the serial number's intact.
Yeah, and I think you have to have over 50% of the bill. That's what I'd heard way back
That's what I'd heard, too.
In all, the couple was able to recover about $1,500 in bills that the dog didn't eat, as well as the approximate $2,000 in ingested cash. A video by the couple on Instagram shows Clayton collecting feces from the garden before washing it out in the sink. Video shows the bills being pieced together jigsaw puzzle style. Remarkably, they were able to salvage about $3,550 of the total money. So they were out about $450 in the whole thing.
To be honest, I was surprised they reclaimed that much.
I agree. All right, here, let me see. This is a story about a Florida woman. She was taken to jail after she allegedly slapped and punched her 73-year-old dad in the face because his oxygen machine was making a beeping. Because his oxygen machine was making a beeping sound.
Isn't that what they do?
Yes.
Yeah.
Christina
Stop with the breathing.
Granados was arrested, and it was a charge of domestic battery on a person 65 years of age or older.
Shutting this goddamn thing off.
On Christmas Day, officers responded to a home regarding a battery. When they arrived, they were met by Granados in the driveway. She reportedly told police that she and her father got into an argument over his oxygen machine, to quote, and she said due to the way her father was speaking to her, she admitted to slapping him in the face. Officers spoke with the father, who said that they were arguing about the oxygen machine making a beeping sound. And so
He's getting very demanding. He's asking to breathe and eat.
He said she punched him in the face. Granados was released the next day after posting a $1,000 bond in the incident. I'm going to do one more story, and then we will wrap it up. A man has been found dead on a Jet 2 flight after people became concerned about someone in the bathroom. The passenger was discovered in the bathroom of the flight from Tenerife to Manchester on Tuesday. One passenger said, "My husband reported someone had been in the toilet for a long time and thought he was dead. Tragically, he was right." Wow. He informed the crew, who were dismissive towards him, but they eventually went in there and found this guy was dead.
Was he sitting on the bowl?
They didn't say, but I assume he was. News of the incident comes just days after a Jet 2 flight was forced to make an emergency landing following a bird strike. That jet was forced to turn around and return. That flight was delayed for 4 hours.
We're having to return to the airport. There's a dead man taking a dump in the bathroom.
And that would be a reason to stop. And there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, I'm going to reiterate the word that we just mentioned a little while ago. It is the Preston and Steve show headed back to spring training in Clearwater, Florida. And we are giving away a trip courtesy of our friends at PhillySportsTrips.com. And all you have to do is take the word for the day. WMMR.com. You go to WMMR.com, you see the link, click on that, and you follow the instructions. And remember, you have to be at least 21 years of age. So this is a airfare 3-night at Hilton Clearwater Beach Resort setup. Tailgate parties, post-show happy hour with us following a live broadcast on Friday, March 15th. So we're doing a live broadcast on Thursday from the ballpark, and then and then you can come by and hang out with us. So the word is pepper. All right, just a heads up. That's our first one. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. John Cryer joining us on the program a little bit later on. Hang out for a tiny bit. Why is this not playing? There we go. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
What did they use, like ice? Or
people who say like, oh no, it wasn't that bad. No, it was bad.
It's one of the more sensitive spots on your body.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
So sensitive.
Well, listen, here's the thing. Oh God, here's more info.
My vaginal piercing.
No, I never did that. But I don't have very. Well, I can't believe I'm saying. I don't have very sensitive nipples, so I thought, oh, okay, I can do this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I'm not. Like the girls who are super sensitive and are always nipping through their shirts.
I've got tough as leather nipples.
Yeah, not so much.
So
not
when
true.
when it was happening, did they get like browner or pinker or?
I hate you.
Somebody
No, but
says
I
call
will
the guy in New Hope. He'll be able to answer the
Hold on.
question.
But I will say, they would take pictures of all of their piercings, and I was like, "Oh hell no!" I was like, you cannot have a picture of my boob.
I am floored right now.
I am too, man.
So floored.
Well, we all remember Marissa's tongue piercing.
Yeah.
Remember when she removed that manually at home.
I used to have the audio
with the audio of that getting clipped off. Now that when you initially got that piercing done, Marissa, how could that not hurt?
Because I was on spring break and it didn't matter.
Right.
But did I ever tell you guys a story about when I came home and my mom saw it?
No.
So it was Easter dinner. At first, I should say, as soon as I sat up, as soon as I got a pierce, I sat up and I went, "Ugh, my mom's gonna know I feel my tongue pierced." Tongue just swell. I couldn't eat for a few days. So it was Easter dinner. We're all sitting at the Italian table. So we're talking and laughing like 2 hours after dinner. And at one point, I just opened my mouth really wide to laugh at something, and the whole table's laughing, and my mom just stops.
Oh, daggers!
And she goes, "What's that?" And the entire rest of the table starts cracking up laughing because they have saw it hours ago. You know, my mom was probably cooking dinner and she didn't notice. So my mom collects herself for a minute and she goes, "Oh, okay, all right," and starts laughing with it. And then she goes, "Well, at least I knew about the other one." And everybody laughs more. My dad goes, "Wait, what other one?"
Before I do my intro, can you hear me, Amy?
Yeah.
She's here, Amy.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
All right, well, no, it's all right. I like to always to do a nice big intro, so let me do that now, ladies and gentlemen. Amy.
Hi guys, what a nice intro.
How are you?
Good. Thanks for having me.
Oh, are you kidding me? It's great. Listen, we had just played Better Without You. Leading right into this, and of course, it's on the album, The Bitter Truth, which is finally out. And I wanted to ask you about that because you were talking about this album. I mean, was it done already, like in 2019? I mean, in the can and ready to go or close to it?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
We really wrote most of it last year. Yeah, during everything.
All right, then I had read that you had asked, you wanted people to hear it at that point, so I read something incorrect. Oddly enough, there was some misinformation that I found on the web.
Weird.
Yeah.
Well, we started it a while back. You know, we'd been working in bits and pieces through 2019, in between tours. We just sort of started putting time aside when we were all together all over the world. All over the country, and now we have a member who lives in Germany, Jen, who we've been away from since before the pandemic. She's been with us remotely on this thing since the first 4 songs, but we made it happen. We really did.
It's such a
hallelujah.
No, it's very cool, and honestly, the entire world has gone through a maelstrom of stuff. Obviously with the COVID and all that stuff, and then you guys have also, all of you at some level, been dealing with personal crises, and here you are at this end of it, releasing music into the world, connecting with people and what you love doing. Is there just a big sigh of relief now that it's out there? I can't imagine what that process is like and what you're currently experiencing.
It feels so good. Yeah. It really does. And for us, it's not something we do every other year. It's something that is, it comes out when it happens, when the inspiration hits and the time is right, everything lines up and we know what we want to do. So more than ever, it feels like a very special occasion for us. And, you know, like you said, having so much to get off of our chest personally and just feeling connected, you know, with the rest of the world in this time of the last couple of years. Loss and frustration. Feels so good to be in a rock band.
Yeah.
Pour all that out into the music. I can't tell you how good it feels. And now, you know, I'm such a I don't know, detail critic, always hearing all the little things I want to chip away and change. To finally have it done and not be listening to that anymore and just to listen in my car and enjoy it, it feels really, really good.
Okay, I wanted to ask about that in particular. So, and I would imagine all artists, musicians, maybe not all, but some go through this where you have this final product, you're very proud of it. It's sat for a little while, it's sunken in. Do you go back and go, man, I wish we would have done that. I wish I would have added this harmony. I wish I would have tweaked this and that. Are you okay with, or is that just natural?
That hasn't happened yet.
Okay.
I don't think that about the new stuff. It's funny. I'm hearing so many little things when there's still the chance to change it. I'm hearing this and that and this and I don't know and maybe this and one more of this and we need more background vocals and all that. But then once it's done, finally stepping away, I'm like, I don't even remember all the details I was honing in on anymore. It just sounds great.
Yeah, you know what, and that's why I would be a lousy producer or anything in that position because you constantly want to be changing and tweaking and doing this and that. You had Nick Raskuletis as your producer, one of the best rock guy that there is to it. And,
yes.
And does he tell me about your working with him and what that experience is like?
He's the best. He's incredible. And that's part of what makes that happen. He's very much in on the details like I am. We work really well together. We don't always have the exact same idea. It's good to have somebody who has different ideas and goes, hey, you know, maybe you should try this one other thing. But really, it's so good to have somebody that you really trust who can say, you know, when you're like, what's better, A or B? Like
right.
This take or that one, or like for me to go up here or go down here. Somebody who's just like a good sounding board of like, dude, it sounds great when you do it, when you go up. Let's go for that.
That's, you got to have that. All right. I also wanted to ask, you know, Steve had mentioned the fact that there's a lot of there's a lot of message you're getting across with this music. There's a lot of things happening. You mentioned a lot of tragedy. There's some good things too, but I wanted to ask you on a personal note. When I will sometimes listen to songs for years and have no idea what the artist was the message that they were trying to get through in this song. Now, I may love the melody and the harmonies and the rhythm and all that stuff, and I like the song, but don't really know what it's about.
Sure.
How do you feel about that? When you've poured emotion, you've written these lyrics, you're getting across a very specific theme that you want, and people don't get it. Is that okay?
It's totally okay.
Okay.
Honestly, I write in a way that is very cathartic for me. And in some of these songs, I hear what I'm saying, and I'm like, there's no way anybody can hear this other than exactly what I mean. But there is. And something that's really beautiful about art and music is when people can take it and apply it to their own life or their own particular personal experience, what they're going through, and let it be that for them. I think that's a beautiful thing. And it's funny because I want to break down and explain as much as I can about our lyrics, kind of, but there's another part of me that doesn't, because it's sort of better when you see what it turns into for somebody else. It's kind of more powerful that way. I've had songs that totally moved me, and I didn't know that they were about something for many, many years. I was like, oh, that's what that was about?
Yeah.
But therein lies the beauty of the subjective nature of music. But there's something, and I wonder if you agree with this, and I think it might in some way speak to why vinyl has become more popular again. Having album cover art and having an artist, I used to use, when I would listen to music and listen to an album, an actual record, I would look at the art, and a lot of times you had additional messages being conveyed through that.
Yes.
Is that something you remember fondly? And yeah, that's a cool thing, right? We don't have that anymore, really. Yeah.
That's always, we do. I do that.
Yeah, I know you do. Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like that's what's so cool. You can have there are so many different ways to express yourself, and to make an image kind of have impact. That's why music videos are so cool, dude. We actually just filmed our Better Without You video. It's going to be so cool. In Minneapolis, actually, we road tripped it. I drove 13 hours in a car with Troy and my girl Beth.
Wow.
It was really fun. Got cheese curds and everything. Anyway, when you can take, something and go, okay, here's a visual also that sort of feels like the world that this is living in. I don't know. That is a huge part of it, whether it's album artwork or whatever.
Yeah.
And we do that. We almost always have some sort of like animal or insect or something that's like our secret spirit animal that goes with the music for each era. This one's a nautilus. And to me, that spiral shape has always been like some kind of a symbol of like eternity, like it keeps going until you can't see it anymore. And It makes me think about the future and the past and the soul and like the depths of things. So it just fits. And it's like, be that anybody really knows that explanation, but it feels that way to me. So maybe it'll feel like that to somebody else on a subconscious level.
Cool.
Amy Lee, I was actually having a discussion over the weekend, and your name was brought up as well as Taylor Momsen, Lizzie Hale, and Dorothy. And it was because we were watching the pregame for the NCAA Final Four, and they had a giant Miley Cyrus concert. Now, so I don't want to knock Miley Cyrus at all, but she was, for the masses, the female representation of rock music. And I was, and I listened to her album, and I like it.
He likes her a lot.
I do. And so that's why I'm saying I'm not knocking Miley, but I was like, I was a little bit perplexed on why they're having her represent rock and roll when she is not classically known as a rock artist. And I thought, man, Amy Lee would have been perfect for this. Lizzie Hale would have been perfect. Taylor Momsen, Dorothy. There had so many, other. Yeah, I thought of rock, and I wasn't sure what your thoughts were on her being a rock act now. And I'm not asking you to knock anything either.
Yeah, and without knocking her with you, I'm with you on that. I feel like it has to do with the people in place that are putting those kind of productions together. They need to hire you guys. They need if there's a place where rock music is going to be represented. There's so much rock music with millions of fans. Like, rock is no way dead. Like, it is full alive. But we need people in the positions of power and placement to recognize and tap into that rock world instead of always trying to make it, well, what'll just get the most people, that have heard this name before or whatever to care about it. That just feels a little.
WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. Casey wanted to throw a couple shout outs this morning.
I did. You know what? I actually spent a few hours at the brand new Men's Warehouse here on City Avenue in the Ballackinwood Shopping Center. It's brand new, and so we were there for the grand opening, and I had a great time. I actually got fitted out for a suit. Being tailored.
Your new svelte appearance, yes.
Yeah, so, and I got to thank especially Kim Waters, who she knew exactly what I thought pretty good in, and so she fitted me and tailored and all that stuff. So Kim was there, and then also Will Frederick, his daughter Raina Frederick, also Sam Milano, Willie Reynolds, George Connolly, Andrew Sametz. I had such a great time. I hung out there for I think like 3 hours on Saturday.
Wow!
And we were handing out gift cards. I helped a couple kids out that were shopping there for their bar mitzvah outfits and stuff. Yeah, it was awesome.
Any photos of you in this new suit?
Yes, but I want to wait until
you want to debut.
I want to debut and stuff. But I'll show it to you, and then if you guys want to post anything now or today, we can
post anything.
Well, I wasn't sure if you were asking about posting.
No, I just for me personally, I don't care what you do on social media. I just wanted to see you in a suit.
All right, I'll show you.
All right.
Oh, we want to
get a new suit.
And that lasts for about an hour.
Yeah, right.
God.
Get this
thing's
thing
so
off.
uncomfortable.
All right, well, listen, there are a couple things I noticed over the weekend that I thought would be worth sharing with you.
The noticer's back from a long weekend of noticing. What will he have noticed for us?
You know what?
Take it away, noticer.
I will.
We love what you do.
Thank you, Mr.
You are
Announcer.
always here for us.
So,
thank you.
All right, Justin. So, I noticed this last week, and we should have talked about it last week, but we didn't. There were so many stories in so little time.
I mean, worst thing can you do without hemorrhaging?
You guys saw this, I'm sure. The 13-year-old kid who is apparently the first person to actually beat the original Tetris game and reach the game's kill screen. Yes, apparently there is an end to it.
In fact, you just raised the exact thing that I thought when I heard that. I didn't realize it was that was the holy grail in Tetris, that you could literally beat Tetris.
Yeah, I didn't know. So reading the book Ready Player One, there's a big sequence where Wade tries to beat or I'm sorry, play a perfect game of Pac-Man.
Right.
And apparently there's an end to Pac-Man.
And there is a screen that presents itself when you've completed it, as with Tetris?
It's almost like a glitch. It turns into a split screen, and this weird thing happens. And yeah, it's called a perfect game, and it takes like hours and hours and hours. Like only one person has ever done it, I think, if I remember correctly. So some of these games do have kind of an end set up to them.
It's just something I never thought. Yeah, I just thought you'd always play in high score. You'd go for the highest score that you could actually finish it. Is an alien concept to me.
So the teen, he goes by the nickname Blue Scooty on social media. He posted the video last week on his YouTube page showing him appearing to defeat the game. The record was previously held by an artificial intelligence bot.
Wow.
Blue was about 38 minutes into playing the game when he realized he was close to beating it. And he says in the video, I missed it. He's like, oh my God. He says that as he continued to play, though. And then he said, please crash. After Blue Scooty gets another line, the game suddenly freezes, and he starts breathing heavily with excitement. And he was the first person to beat the game on the original Nintendo ES. Okay, so this is the original game. He also broke world records for overall score, level achieved, and total number of lines.
It's crazy.
Wow,
So-
I don't know how this is even possible.
Yeah.
I don't know how anybody's brain can compute at that level, at that speed. Yeah.
When you would get to those levels where the pieces would be dropping that quickly, I can still feel it in my body. The anxiety.
It's nerve-wracking.
Yeah, and like it would make me I mean, I guess that's what the intent of the game was, but it would make me completely freeze up and do terribly at the game the faster and faster they went.
So the whole the whole thing is you're playing, and I know because I played it primarily on the Game Boy. So, I was playing that. So when you get up about halfway on the screen, you're like, okay, I got to get serious. I got to get serious here.
Yeah.
I got to get serious. And then if you're up, once you exceed that, it's rare you can reclaim it and bring it down to almost base level.
Right.
But
You're
it does
screwed.
happen, yeah.
I was, I think that might be the first video game that I was addicted to. I found myself playing that incessantly.
I loved it.
Yeah,
I loved
too.
it, and I loved the Game Boy. I mean, obviously, go back to Activision and television and all those things, but that and the tennis, the prehistoric tennis game that they had on that Game Boy.
So I didn't see much further, and I should have gotten this last week, and somebody texted in and says this, whether it's true or not. It says, not only did he beat the game, but since then, several other people have broken his record.
Oh.
What?
So I don't know.
Well, I wonder if there's not many people out there playing Tetris.
Tetris still remains a very popular game. The picture of the screen when he reached the final level, to me appeared, and maybe it was just frozen at the time he'd done it, but it looked like all the pieces were very disjointed. There was no. That's
what happens when you get to that high level. You get to 999,999. The screen just freezes.
Okay.
So it's like essentially the game glitches, and that's how you know you've won.
All right. So, but it only took him like 40 minutes.
That's what it says here, which is kind
40
of
minutes.
Yeah. I remember when we had our Atari that the lore and the legend that my dad had hit 1 million on Pac-Man, which is insane because all those little pellets are only worth like 1 point each. But
your dad was a video gamer?
No, he played Atari. So they played Pac-Man and they liked River Raid. Those are the two games that my dad would play.
Do you think maybe they were just having a little fun with you? And
you know what? I don't know.
Because 1 million would be, that sounds like that's impossible.
It sounds like it's impossible, right?
Yeah.
But I remember him being better at it than the rest of us.
What would you consider your greatest video game achievement?
Accomplishment. Oh, wow. I was never great at games where I was like a master and able, but I remember the first time when I finished the original Legend of Zelda game on the Nintendo Entertainment System. And by the way, somebody was complaining that I called it Nintendo ES earlier in text messages.
Really?
Yes, it's either the Nintendo Entertainment System or it's the NES.
Okay.
Is that like a hot water heater?
Something like that.
Yeah.
But not really.
Can't believe what he just said. I'm going to call right now.
I don't know. But the first time that I finished that, man, was I so happy. I was so excited, and I was caught up with emotion and all that stuff.
Well, listen, I completely understand that. When you've had something that is, and it may not be anything to anyone else, but I remember beating the boss battle with Deathstroke in the Batman Arkham game.
Yeah.
That one cost me 2 controllers and the game disc getting there because it was, so I started to go on the game sites and saying, because I'm thinking, is anyone else having this much difficulty with this boss battle? And most everyone was. So it cost me, I guess, conservatively to beat that level, $150 between the controllers and the game again.
Okay.
Which I threw out. But that to me was the big achievement. Finally beating that son of a bitch.
I've only beaten 3 games in my entire life.
Beating the entire game?
Yeah, finishing. So one was Super Mario Brothers, and I still don't think I've ever done it without going through Warp Worlds, right? So what are there,
so long.
It took
Have you ever played
long time.
like an RPG or mostly arcade style?
Mostly arcade. So the RPG that I won one thing of Call of Duty. I don't remember which one it was.
Right? Yeah. Modern Warfare. Probably?
I think it was probably Modern Warfare. I actually made it to the end of that. But the one that actually felt the best was when I finished Street Fighter 2.
Okay.
That was the one where, at the end, you're walking off into the sunset. You've won. You've beat M. Bison.
M. Bison, right.
My uncle in the early 1980s was a local champion in St. Louis of asteroids.
Really?
Yeah, he was in the paper and everything.
I dug asteroids.
Curtis, he was really good at it. That's a great game. It's hard, but it was a difficult game. Wait a minute, I just thought of something.
Tyson?
Oh no, the one that I always wanted to finish and just sucked at it. But my buddy Billy, I saw him finish it one time, finish the whole game. Was Dragon's Lair.
Oh wow! Okay.
Which Billy, when that game came out, that was to me and to everyone, that was okay. We're evolving now. Now it looks completely prehistoric, but at the time you had not seen any integration like that.
The best part of, not the best part, but one of the best parts of gaming is when you've tried desperately to get past something. And it's taken a long, long time, and eventually you do, and then you wander into territory unknown. You don't know what is next.
Yeah.
And
sometimes
I've never seen this screen before.
Sometimes it takes the purchasing of 2 controllers and an extra game disc.
I beat Mike Tyson's Punch-Out once, and I remember being terrified of Mike Tyson when you made it to that level because you've gone that far. And
He's gonna know.
Yeah, there's
could you do me a favor and put Nick on the phone, please?
There's one guy that you have to beat twice.
Bald Bull.
Bald Bull. Yeah, there's an earlier round where it's a little bit easier, and then it gets super fast towards the end. But yeah, Steve, when Tyson shows up in that last round, first of all, he's massive.
Yes,
you're just glass. You're the little dude. You're the little Mac.
It's like fighting a car.
Yeah, and I just remember he goes so damn fast. It was terrifying.
Did you make it all the way through, or did you use the code to
I did
get
not.
to him? Okay.
No, and I didn't.
That's impressive.
Yeah, I didn't like using cheat codes, but although I did on Mario case, Super Mario Brothers, and I remember like levels 5, 6, and 7 were really challenging to get through, but you could jump from 4 to 8 and then win it that way.
I'll tell you one of the great achievements, Preston. There's a game, the original BioShock. Did you ever play the game BioShock?
A little bit, yeah.
So there are these little girls, and they're these big kind of robotic drilling creatures that come out, and they're sort of zombified. But if you can opt to either kill them or save them, and so I saved them throughout the game. It's actually extra hard to do it that way. But at the end of the game, and they wraps up in the cutscene, Preston, where you're now an old man, and those girls have become your adopted daughters who take care of you.
Oh,
and it was beautiful.
I forgot that I did beat Contra, but I didn't do it without up, down, left, right, B, A, B, select, start. So,
famous code.
Yep.
What do you get for that?
30 guys. 30 lives,
yeah.
Hang on, there's a lot of people calling in about this. I'm going to go to Joe. Hi, Joe, morning.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Yeah, bud.
Wow, can't believe I'm on Preston and Steve.
You are.
You did it. What's up, brother?
Yo, dude, I literally just went through minute comprehensive breakdown of this video of this Tetris thing. So I think Marissa said something about like people are beating this record. Some dude went through all of the like source code and discovered when you could potentially break the game because different levels have different reasons for breaking it. So you like it was like 151. You could break it with one line, breaking one line. But the next time to break the game was like level 157, and you needed to do it with like a double. And then this dude accidentally jumped the first break. Like he was 100% gonna beat it at a level 151.
Okay.
But he accidentally missed that one single line, so he had to beat it at 157. So now the next step of what people are trying to do is go past his level and get higher and higher levels, but break it at different points. So like you can go to like level 200 and something, but you have to like not get certain single
There's
line or
a
double
very,
line.
very specific requirement in order to quote unquote break it.
Okay, though that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, so like there's huge competitions, and they basically were talking about like the competitions now are no longer like about scores or anything because everyone has like crazy scores. It's like an endurance competition. Like, can you go for numbers of hours of just like not stopping and just go into like level 200?
So Joe, let me ask you: Are these glitches in the code that cause this to happen? Or are these specifically put in there for you to try to achieve that?
It's effectively like so there's source code and RAM. So like when the source code overlays the RAM, so like when you run out of source code, then basically the game starts to be like, I don't have anything left to look at, and it starts triggering, the game tries to look at RAM, the computer RAM, as the source code, which is impossible, and the game basically craps out. So, like, it'll keep going back to source code as long as there's none of this scenario
So
where...
my head is sort of reeling on this aspect. But what people are looking to do now is to cause it to glitch out sooner, correct?
Glitch out later.
Later.
Yeah,
okay.
go longer.
Yeah.
Boy, I got that wrong.
Yeah, because the first possibility of making a glitch was at like 151, level 151. But then I think he missed that glitch, so he glitched at 157. So like now all the people that are trying to beat him are trying to go to like 200 plus. I think the first guy, what ended up happening is he wrote like an AI code to like basically run through it all to beat the levels with AI. Like nobody was actually playing, and he was just letting it play through. And it broke at level 200 or something.
Yeah, that's not an achievement, though. You know, obviously, yeah.
So the difference between there's a difference between beating the game and finishing the game. I assume there's no quote unquote finish. You know what I mean? Like it could go on indefinitely.
Yeah, where you probably can't keep going because I think there is like a max of like how much it can do. But I think that there's each level. It gets more and more likely to make the game crash, like after level 151.
Did you No, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say each level gets more and more likely, but there's like, it's easier at certain levels, or it's like only one shot at certain levels, but then there's other levels where like almost anything you do will crash it, and that's like level 200 or something like that.
Preston, did you see the Taron Egerton movie where he played the guy who designed Tetris, the game?
No.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It gives you the whole backstory, the improbable way that Tetris ended up being such a phenomenon.
Is that guy's name Alexei Pajnatov?
That's him.
Yeah, so this kid got to meet him, the kid that beat the game a few days ago, or no, yesterday or the day before. Anyway, it doesn't matter. He got to meet Alexei, Steve, for beating the game. By the way, do you see the way that this kid holds the controller? It's really bizarre. He holds it with his left hand and does all of the clicking of the buttons with his fingers on his left hand, and then just holds it loosely with his right hand. And doesn't use his thumbs on either on either hand to work the controller.
He also rests it on his foot.
Yeah.
See that?
Yeah, it's really an odd way of holding it.
Which I understand. I haven't tried that technique, but those Nintendo things were not designed. They didn't think that through properly. The controllers, they're just a flat, rectangle, and they're not ergonomic at all. They don't fit to your hands. And they are, after a while, there was a thing they called Nintendonitis.
Yes.
They call it
Yes.
Nintendo thumb.
Yeah.
Because it's not comfortable for you.
They
at
weren't
all.
designed for comfort.
Controllers were everything. I remember, so I had been an Xbox guy, and when the revamped their controller, I'm like, oh, I like this better.
Yeah.
And that made me more of a PlayStation guy.
Right. You guys remember the glove, the power glove?
Absolutely.
They came out with some stupid stuff.
There was a whole Goldberg's episode based on the power glove.
The joystick,
The joystick Nintendo.
Yeah.
I saw a hack on Instagram recently that you can plug a Game Boy into the back of a PlayStation.
You can plug a Game Boy into the back of a PlayStation.
Yes.
And then do what with it?
And then play the Game Boy games on PlayStation.
Huh.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's this adapter, Steve, that nobody ever used. It was probably covered up,
right?
And nobody knew the reason behind it. And then there's some adapter that you can get, and you can put the little Game Boy games.
Well, there are all sorts of emulators and things that you can do as well that would replicate those games.
But then, wait a minute, do you use the controller from the PlayStation to play?
Yes.
Okay. Interesting. All right.
There's a video of it up on the screen right
Yeah,
here.
this is the one I saw. Yeah, I mean, it was all accessories. You had to buy other things.
I'm going to go to Alan real quick on the phone lines. Hi, Alan. You're on the air. What's up, buddy?
Happy New Year, Kenny Knight.
Oh, thank
that's
you.
beautiful.
Appreciate it, big dog. What's up?
So to allude what that previous caller was saying, yeah, Nick already touched on it. There was a certain way that the player would finger the controller, I guess that's the lack of term.
Yeah.
They would roll their fingers on the controller because the speeds after a certain level, as you know in Tetris, just goes faster and faster and faster.
So technically it's going faster because you have less room to make your decision. If you're going correct.
Well, the standard speed as you progress in levels gets faster even when it's empty at the bottom.
It does it.
Yeah, it's zoom, zoom, zoom.
Had no
zoom.
idea.
Yeah,
I always thought that was
real quick.
predicated on how much room you had to play it.
No, it did. It picks up speed over time, right, Alan?
That's correct. But after a certain level, it stays that really quick speed. So since people got so pro at it at tournaments, they actually modded it where it got faster up to another certain level, which is nuts.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Alan. By the way, here's a text that says, the way the kid holds the controller is a specific method that Tetris, quote, speedrunners use. It's really the only way to keep up with the speed of the Tetris bricks on later levels.
Yeah, I think that's what Alan was alluding to. Like, it's a specific a hold for that game.
Can you imagine? So these people who have over the years have focused their lives on one specific game, that level of determination is unbelievable.
We'll go to Scott next. Hi there, Scott. Good morning.
Good morning, bitches.
Good morning to see you, buddy. What's up?
Hey, I know you guys just briefly talked about it. It was just how they held the controller.
Yeah.
So yeah, put one of their fingers underneath, and they hold the controller upside down, and they roll their fingers across the back, because you can only hit that button so many times with one finger.
Yeah.
And the pieces are dropping down so quick that they actually, when they flip the controller upside down and roll with their other hand, they can hit the button 4 times.
That makes sense. So it's all how you finger it. Yeah, absolutely.
The buttons.
I like that. Are you pretty good at that, Scott? Do you use that technique?
Absolutely not. I died pretty quick.
Okay. All right. Like the rest of us.
Yeah,
All right.
exactly.
Thanks, Scott.
You talk
Appreciate
about
it.
that glove, Preston. Do you remember there was a game, Mech Wars or something, that came out? It was maybe 1 or 2 years into the Xbox. Controlling these big mech warriors, and there were throttles and all this. Insanely expensive, but the peripherals a lot of times that they would sell, to play the games, like the guys who have the NASCAR setups at home, the actual driving simulator.
The guy that I'm friendly with has one of those. And
did you try it?
No, I didn't. It was never up and running while I was there, but he was a regular at that, but he had the full seat and
everything.
The multiple monitors and the whole routine.
It's crazy.
That's a lot. I don't know how much rigs like that run, but they've got to be expensive.
We're looking at pictures of the thing, whatever it was.
Okay.
Yeah, but you see that big piece of equipment you had to have to play the game.
It was all over the headlines last week. So sorry we didn't.
Blue Scooty is what I call my happy hole, Preston.
All right, let me notice something else here for you.
More from the noticer.
I want to get this because this is happening today. An American company called Celestes is set to launch its inaugural mission called Enterprise today. carrying not just ashes of humans, but stories that span the spectrum of life, love, and unfulfilled dreams. One such story is that of a guy named Brian, who was a Star Trek enthusiast, whose ashes will find their way to the expanse of the cosmos, fulfilling his dream. I guess his wife, Wendy, found herself smitten not just with Brian, but his passion for Star Trek. And he had been diagnosed with diabetes at 14. Doctors doubted he would live past 34. He defied the odds until he was 64, leaving behind a legacy of resilience and an unfulfilled dream of visiting space. His passing in May of 2021 left a void. And Wendy and her daughter discovered Celestes, a company that offers memorial space flights, carrying ashes into space, and they decided to honor Brian's dream by sending his ashes up, and that goes up today.
It's a service that does this. He'll be with the ashes will be with other
Gene Roddenberry,
right? Yeah,
his ashes will be on board as well. So
and Gallagher won.
Really, the real Gallagher. Memorial flights by Celestes. Instead of a grave, the departed can now find a place among the stars. The service is offered by a range of suborbital flights to lunar missions, encapsulating a variety of options for families to choose from.
That might be kind of wild. Though I guess in a way it sort of feels like space garbage, but to put something on the moon that would have the ashes of someone that was, or who had always been enamored of the notion of space, or like a Gene Roddenberry or
Dude. It'll probably end up being like those people in Colorado that let all those dead bodies lay around and rot and they never did anything with it.
It's in a station wagon.
Yeah, we'll send it up there. Sure. Yeah, he's on the moon.
Up there.
Yeah, he's up there.
It's in the van in the backyard.
Apparently, Arthur C. Clarke's ashes are being sent up as well.
Oh, no kidding.
Then 2001 was appropriate, Casey, because he wrote it.
So, yeah, that will carry more than 200 passengers into deep space, including the remains, like I said, of the original Star Trek creator, Mr. Gene Roddenberry.
I think I definitely want to be cremated, and then I think I want to be shot into Halle Berry.
Halle Berry.
All right.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
In her, what was it called? Her happy hole?
Happy hole.
Secret hole.
Secret hole.
No, special hole.
Special hole. Yeah. Any one of them could work. But they're going to be watching the launch today. I'm not sure if they're launching from, Florida at Kennedy Space Center, or where they're going to be doing it. But apparently that's going up today. I got to imagine it's got to be pretty expensive.
I would imagine as well.
Yeah. Not really sure. All right, hang on a second. I want to go to Jennifer because she's apparently done this type of thing. Hi, Jennifer. You're on the air.
Hey, good morning, it.
Hey, good morning. See you, Jennifer. What's up?
My cousin actually did this with her husband. He was somehow, I don't remember how he was related to the Kennedys, to Kennedy, and he passed away, brain cancer. Had two young kids who really don't have many memories of their father anymore. They were so young when he passed. He went, he put it in they put money aside from his life insurance policy to make sure he could get his ashes launched into space. And then it happened last year. My cousin actually traveled to Florida with her kids, and they made a big trip out of it with the Space Center with the kids, and
that's cool.
Watched the rocket with his ashes be launched into space. It was a really cool experience.
That's awesome.
So I assume, Jennifer, as with this case, there were other ash samples or urns or whatever they're storing in, along as well, correct?
I forget what company it was, but yeah, there were a lot of things. Like it was a rocket that was launching like some satellites, but they did this with other people too.
That I don't know. There's something romantic in a bizarre way, kind of cool about that. By the way, when you launch something into space, if you're launching something into space, what are the rules? Are there rules if you simply have a rocket and you wanted to launch it in a field?
Oh, like amateur-wise?
Yeah. Sending something to the moon if you're a private company.
Well, that's a good question. Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
is there a Department of Moon stuff?
Our government may want to know about it in case there's it's falsely detected as some type of a missile launch or something like that.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
No, it's just Gus's ashes.
That's a really good question, Steve. I'm not sure.
By the way, this rocket launched earlier this morning.
Yeah, so Nick had just pulled this up. I forgot about this. They're launching the Moonlander, the U.S., right?
Well, this is the story you're talking about. The ashes are on this.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yes.
Oh, it's on this as well.
Correct.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
fantastic.
they put the van in the vehicle, Preston, and fired it into space.
Okay, the Vulcan Centaur rocket was launched from ULA's Space Launch Complex at Cape Canaveral. And so, yeah, that's heading up. Okay.
And they included all the cheat codes to Tetris.
It's not as expensive as you might think it would be.
What is it going for?
So I just found a page, and I don't know if it's the same one, but it says for an Earthrise, where you launch to space and come back, starting at $3,000. Then Earth Orbit, where you launch into Earth's orbit for $5,000. You can launch into the lunar orbit for $13,000, or launch into deep space starting at $13,000.
Wow.
So like the $13,000, that's a lot, but I
Yeah.
don't know, for this great memory for this family.
Yeah.
$5,000.
Interesting.
Great way to burn up $13,000.
I mean, how much is a cat?
Right?
You know what? Good
Yeah.
point.
There you go.
Good point.
You know what?
Yeah.
And all you need is just a large band of rubber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Launch it slingshot style. I didn't get to the moon, but it got to my neighbor's yard.
By the way, dude, I think I mentioned this. I think we've talked about this on the air. Speaking of launching things without using rocket power, they do have these centrifuges.
Yeah.
Essentially, these giant slingshots that they're working on, trying to be able to just throw stuff up into the air.
Well, we talked about one day, and it's almost like almost like an airsoft gun, basically.
It's kind of like a pitching machine.
Yeah.
Kind of like that.
Yeah, and it can hurl things into orbit.
Yeah, I don't know if they successfully sent things all the way up into orbit or not, but they're trying to do that.
They got back a couple of pieces of the first
ball
space.
I think you get from the ground to the six.
Totally.
Wait a
Okay.
second. If you're on the 5th floor, yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Get all the way up
I
to
don't know.
no.
Give me a football. I think I could throw it over that mountain over there.
Could you,
Well,
Casey?
I don't know.
Could you think you could do well?
Possibly. When we were in the Grand Canyon, and so
you throw it across the Grand Canyon?
I threw it straight across the Grand Canyon.
Are you ready?
Does it need to be a tennis ball?
Maybe something with a little bit more weight.
How
Maybe
do
a
we
pinky
have
ball.
a tennis ball around here?
I have one in my car.
You do?
Wait, no, it's in the
How about a
other car.
hard ball?
I don't know.
I think you need something with a little bit more weight.
A little more weight.
Two questions.
A baseball? I might be able to do that.
How high could you go? And then also, do you think somebody like Ricky Pitalico could get it to the roof?
Maybe.
Nah, I'd be more like a fielder, an outfielder.
Yeah, Brandon Marsh could.
Yeah, Marsh could do it.
All right.
So when we were in the Grand Canyon,
That's a vertical throw.
We had a tennis ball, and we were up against this canyon wall, and there was like a little bit of a lip that reached over the canyon wall, and everybody was trying to throw it to hit the top of this wall, and nobody could do it, and then I did it. But I did it from even further away. So everybody was like really up close. So everybody was like really up close.
Casey.
Shh.
Come on, guys. I got to concentrate. Hit the lip.
Well, if we can find a ball, we should go do it right now.
Right now.
Think we'll get in trouble?
No.
Not if it's a tennis ball.
The building encourages
a
you.
baseball, yes. It's going to hit a window. A tennis ball is going to go like that, and it'll be fine. But we can't do it at this very moment, but maybe...
How about a Molotov cocktail?
Before the end of the show. If you have one of those, I'd be willing to try.
Because you'll see where it lands.
Yeah, exactly. You know exactly where it where the last part of it touched.
Yeah, up there where the fire is.
Wow. Interesting. All right. Well, anyhow, we can't find out at this very moment, but we should take a break because we have John Cryer.
Yes.
9:10, right?
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Anyhow, that's all I had time to notice. I had other things I was going to notice, but we got into too much.
Too hot topics.
We got too much discussion over everything. So we'll come back in a second, and we'll talk to Mr. John Cryer, who has a new show out. He's a really nice guy, so we'll spend some time with him when we return. We also have a concert announcement coming up, too. And
manufactured,
a business move, a corporate move.
Yeah, no,
you know?
that's
It's like, how
exactly
do we
it.
get the numbers.
Yeah.
That's always frustrating. It's cool to be the underdog, but
Right.
at the same time, it's like, well, rock is real. You know, there are people out there that like it. Give it a chance for sure.
Yeah, but my wife did bring up the point. She is, you know, she's a different name out there. And so maybe she is going to be that entree, right? Maybe somebody's going to watch her, listen to her, and go, well, hang on a second, I like this style of music. And maybe somebody
take a deeper dive.
Maybe somebody who wouldn't have known about Evanescence is now all of a sudden introduced as a result of that. I was like, okay, well, that's a healthy perspective, I guess.
Yeah, totally.
You know, and Casey brought up all the great female rockers that are out there now, and I always kind of think of you as you. For me and for us, I think here represented the turn where we were like, you know, we had obviously legendary voices in rock, but you represented this next wave that I think is still going on. You were the flashpoint, I think, and it seems like your contemporaries, and I've read interviews with all of them where they see you as that step-off point. That has to come with a bit of pride.
That's really cool. It's, you know, it's so much cooler doing all of this now, later on in life, with the experience and the respect that comes along with, you know, just doing it for a long time and surviving so much. Yeah. It's just, I would way rather be where I am now than what it felt like when we were starting out.
Yes. Yeah.
It's badass. It's incredible. You know, there are so many people that came before me, you know, that have influenced me. So many rad women. It's not like I'm like this one pillar of rock. There have been women in rock from the beginning.
Yeah, but you had a style which I kind of see as almost like dominatrix-esque. And let me explain, because they incorporate pleasure and pain. Yeah. And so the instrumentation is the pain and your voice is the pleasure. You have this smoothness about you, and then that raw edge of the music that go together. So, I mean, you know.
Contrast.
Yeah.
Contrast.
So,
you know, on a visual, audio, whatever level, I like to hear two really different things coming together to make that beautiful swirl.
And as I want to be the first one who has ever called you a dominatrix before. Has anybody ever done that?
Oh, you're not the first.
We're on Zoom with Amy, so we can see her in the room that she's in. Are those Care Bears and Smurf dolls behind you?
Yeah. What's your pleasure? 80s toys.
Do you have any My Little Ponies? Because Kathy was never allowed to have a My Little Pony when she was a kid.
Yeah. Wait.
We're going to take a look. She's taking the camera over. I'll describe to the audience.
Oh,
My Little Ponies. Several My Little Ponies.
I try to keep it in perspective, so like the Grammys and the awards have like dolls all around.
It's like in front of a gold record and a Grammy, there's a My Little Pony. Several.
Wait, and I love the Care Bears.
I got My Little Pony climbing the Grammy right now.
Oh my God.
Raggedy Ann up there.
Amy, I used to go to my neighbor's house and play with the neighbor because she had My Little Ponies, and for whatever reason, and it wasn't that I wasn't allowed to have them, but my mom never got them for me, and I was traumatized as a kid. I
Your mom probably thought they were sinful or something.
That's really funny. I honestly, like, I didn't have that many toys as a kid, but there was, I don't know why, like, there's so many cool 80s collectible. I mean, it's not like it's only the 80s. It happened later too with Pokemon and Bean Babies and everything else. But like, when I got to be a teenager and all that stuff was like at flea markets and cheap, I was like, I'm buying every toy that I ever wanted now.
Yeah, now that you can afford it, go for it. Yeah, absolutely.
So, Amy, with the new record and new music, what are your thoughts on touring and what it's going to be like over the next few months? Because so much of that is up in the air for so many acts.
Yeah, we're not going to be out there this summer, but we are making plans for the end of the year. And I just can't wait. It's been just this thing where we keep making plans, and this is like with tour and everything else over the last year and a half almost now. You just keep making plans and keep having to push them back, and then you just keep making them again and keep making them again and keep, you know, waiting for that time when you don't have to postpone it again. So we just keep making plans. Yeah. And I feel like now, you know, we're in a different situation than when we were in last year when we just kept pushing it back, hoping for something. Now there's a vaccine. Now things are changing. I've already got my first shot. We're headed towards the end of not being able to do it anymore. So we are going to unleash the fury. I am so ready to get out there and just play and feel what it feels like to be on stage, just immersed fully in music with a group of hot and sweaty people. Don't you want that so bad?
Yeah,
right now?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So good.
Yeah.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, I mean, when was the last time you played our MMRBQ? How many years? Obviously, last year. Was that 2 years ago? 2019. Yeah, because I had a great memory of being in the commissary, if you will, and I believe they might have been serving kielbasa sausage, and I started singing Tenacious D, and you were there, and you actually sang with me a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your butt cheeks is warm.
Yes.
That was our road trip music. That we were just on that road trip. It was all Tenacious D, like
That's awesome.
all of it.
Oh,
I'm an old school fan from like the cable days.
Yeah,
like
the HBO show.
They played the MMRBQ one year, and they were it was a festival. Yeah. It was a festival, another festival that we did, and nobody really knew them except the musicians, and it was wild to see that. The audience was like, "What in the F?"
It was before Jack Black was a household name, man.
Every band was lined up stage side, like freaking out. It was just hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
It's so funny because it's one of those things, right? Like Spinal Tap, where bands get it on a level where it, especially with the Tenacious D, their musicianship is so good.
Yeah.
That's part of what makes it so funny. Like all the details of like talking about writing a song and everything, you just relate to it. It's like, that's right. And it actually sounds great.
It does. They're really great. And Pick of Destiny is just you can watch that over and over again. I wanted to ask you when you're performing, when you getting back to the concert dynamic, what's the better scenario? You're able to roll out the music, and a lot of your listeners have heard it. They're perform live with that energy, or they come already pre-schooled on the music because they've been listening to it over and over again off of the album.
You know, it's cool when they know it a little bit. That one of the cool things about this situation is we're going to be going out there playing the new album,
right?
And by the time we're able to be up on stage playing it, the fans have been living it with it for a year. I mean, we started releasing the songs, already a year ago now. So it won't be that. What's this one? I haven't heard it before. I mean, it'll be cool to hear it live, but they'll know the words, and I think that's going to be really powerful.
Yeah. I remember when I would be going to a concert, I would take a little bit of time to do the work, to get the album and listen to it, and then go. It's a completely different experience. And were you the same way when you were pre-rock star? Yeah.
Yeah, even now, like if we're gonna go to a show and it's a band that like a friend wants to go to that I that well, or I know like the hits, but I don't want to be that person.
Yeah.
Like you always jam that album that day when you're like getting ready to go, just so you're kind of familiar with what's going to happen. It makes it more exciting when the songs you like do happen.
It serves you better as you're paying for this ticket. Yeah. You're going to get more out of it if you listen to the material. I remember Rush had done a tour, and it was a concept album that they had, and they said they were going to mainly just be playing music from that. So I did my work. I listened to it. I loved it. Our boss did not listen to it. He thought it was a lousy concert. I thought it was an awesome concert. So that can be the difference. You got to listen to the material.
I totally agree.
Hey, I wanted to ask because Taylor Momsen's name came up, Lizzie Hale's name came up. There are backup singers on this album. There are several people that you brought on board, and all of this done remotely. How was that? I mean, just a quick phone call and they're in type of thing?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It wasn't completely remote. That was when we were recording Use My Voice. It was right before the shutdown. It was the beginning of last year. So we recorded in Nashville. That's where Nick's studio is, and Lizzie, and they live here. So it was easy for her to come by, like check out the song, get in the booth. And Dina Jacob from Viridia, my friend who helped me actually write a little bit of the song, she could come in. She lives here. So we did that. But also I just like texted and called a couple friends and was like, I don't know, do you want to lay a vocal down on this? And everybody said yes. And
awesome. Really cool. You guys all have your own style and all shine in your own ways. But when you're watching Lizzie, do you kind of sit there and go, a little less? Don't destroy me on this. Her voice is
I hear
so
Lizzie,
powerful.
and I'm like, turn that girl up.
That's cool. You guys all live out there. That's just one of those cities that I need to get to.
Are you in Nashville?
Yeah, I am now. I was in Brooklyn for 13 years. It's weird. It's different, but it's good. We're closer to my parents here.
Hey, I wanted to listen. I don't know if you have the details, and if you do, if you're allowed to give them out or not. But you are going to be announcing a streaming concert next month. Can you talk about that right now or no?
I don't know. I haven't talked about it yet because I didn't think I was supposed to, but you just spilled the beans.
Yeah, feel free to get in trouble because of us. Yeah.
Nobody's listening.
We are. We're working on it. We're just now talking about the set list. So, we are doing something. Yes.
Okay. I've watched a lot of streaming concerts over the last year, and it is. I mean, there's some really, really great things. I'm a huge Fish fan, and Trey Anastasio did a run of shows at the Beacon, and what they did, which I thought was really, really cool, is they performed towards the back of the stage, right? And so and then they lit up all the seats behind them. I mean, just are you talking like, just visuals alone, because obviously the music's going to, speak for itself, but the visuals alone, I thought that was a really cool visual.
That is really cool. That's a good idea.
Hey,
we still have to figure out what we're going to do.
When you're putting the set list together, what's most important, opener or closer to you? What do you think?
That is a difficult question.
Yeah.
Man, the opener is really important. I'm tempted to say the closer, but honestly, like the way you start the show really sets up the whole energy of the night. If you come in strong, like that is going to just get everybody to buy into everything else you're about to do. So I think starting is really important, but ending's important too, because whatever you end with, that's going to be in everybody's head for the rest of the night.
I saw a Cheap Trick one time, and they opened with "I Want You to Want Me," and we were like, "Whoa!" And I still remember that to this day. I mean, that blew me away.
There's a lot that can go into. There's a lot behind those moves. I think that's a statement. It's like if you can't just hear this one song, you can leave now.
We're not
the rest of the show is for the fans. You guys want to go to the bathroom? Just go. Get to the back. This is for the fans now. That's what that says to me.
we had a show one time, and we won't mention the band, but the band opened and closed with their hit at the time. It was like it was a weird thing.
Well, it was the New Radicals, and they really didn't have much material, and that's a great song. You get what you get.
Absolutely, yeah.
But hey, I wanted to, and I don't know if we've talked to you since you guys released your cover of The Chain, but what an amazing rendition of that song, and I just wanted to thank you for doing that, choosing to do that, and releasing it. Yeah,
and ballsy too. Yeah, I mean that's a bold shot at a really song that's got its own identity for sure. It was awesome.
Totally, man. It felt really good to do. Our band is made up of people. We all have a little bit of a different taste in music, and we all like different things. And, some of that contrast between us is what makes it great. But one place that we all super agree is Fleetwood Mac. Yeah. So to be able to go in and for us all to just be like, yes, like equally excited to have the opportunity to do it was really cool. And my thought on covers is always find a new way, like make it somehow like really your own. Because if it's really just going to be another version of the original, like that's just, I don't know. I want to go hear the original then. Like that to me is like that.
You're just reminding people of a version they like better. Yeah, which is it's the problem.
Like bring a new perspective to the table and see if you can show, another potential interpretation of the music. So that song definitely, it's different. It's very different from the original. I really like it.
You mentioned each band member having their own taste, and then confirm or deny, is your number one pie choice these days pecan pie, and how did that happen?
You guys research deep. Far on Instagram.
Can you confirm or deny?
Confirm. I love pecan pie. I mean, I like food in general. I'm a food person, but I think that was like last Thanksgiving or something. I was like, okay, I'm making a mark in time. Like this is my favorite. I'm tired of playing around. This isn't a joke anymore.
So you pronounced it pecan pie, which is how I say it as well. Steve says pecan.
Yeah.
So then where are you from? Where did you grow up that you got that pronunciation?
I actually grew up all over. My dad's was in radio for 30 years, so we're kind of a no dialect family. South Florida is where I grew up as a small child, but then Illinois and then Arkansas. But I mean, I've lived everywhere, kind of.
All right, what did he do in radio?
Pecan. We say pecan.
Pecan. What did he do in radio?
He did what you do. He was a DJ, program director, morning show.
Oh.
We traveled. That's why we moved around a lot, just different jobs.
Wow, cool. Excellent. Well, listen, we're excited about the prospect of maybe a streaming show coming up, and obviously you doing the live stuff, which is going to be fantastic, and the new album is great. So, Amy Lee, congratulations to you, the rest of the guys in the band.
Thank you.
And just keep doing what you're doing, and we love it, and we appreciate it.
Thank you. Can't wait to see you in person again.
Yeah.
Amy Lee, Evanescence. Much. And thanks for coming on this morning. Wow. She's cool.
She's awesome.
I love it. You have polled adults who said that they intend to watch Super Bowl and revealed how they answered the question, which, if any, of the following foods do you plan to serve or eat while watching the Super Bowl this year? So I'm gonna read off all of the ones that they asked about. Mm-hmm. You guys tell me which one you thought was most people said yes to.
Right. Okay.
All right. So pizza, nachos, cheese and crackers, burgers, chicken wings, cookies, ice cream, and chips and dip.
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right. Thank you very much. I almost said Kathy, but that's not
I know.
the case. But, it's Marissa.
We lost her too young.
Our next guest is appearing on our Xfinity Mobile guest line. We're going to welcome him here in just a moment because he's got a new show out. Next one's coming out tomorrow, 8:30 on NBC. I like the idea of this concept.
Oh yeah, so I love sitcoms like this in general.
It's called Extended Family. We have the star of that show. You know him, you love him. Please welcome John Cryer to our show. Morning, John.
Cryer.
Yay! It's John Cryer.
Times just because when you first join, people don't know that it's me, and so I can get away with pretending to be a crowd that loves me.
There you go. You can be your own audience, and we will be none the wiser.
Hello.
So John, obviously with Extended Family, this is the concept is wonderful. First of all, it's an amicable divorce, and believe it or not, those do exist in this world. I know. We read many other stories that are to the contrary, but actually one here in our very studio. Nick here has had an amicable divorce, which we always recommend to people. Hey, why don't you have an amicable?
Take the high road, right, John?
Yes. Well, interestingly, my parents divorced very amicably. My mom is still very close with my stepmother. They hang out. My half brothers and sisters. Sometimes live with my mom in New York City when they were first starting out. So it's it can happen. It's possible, and actually, our show is loosely inspired by the story of Wick Grousbeck, who's the owner of the Boston Celtics. He and his wife share an apartment with her ex-husband, actually, so that the kids don't have to move. And obviously, it's not for everybody. Not everybody can or wants to do this. But we thought that there was this lovely friendship there, and that's what we wanted to capture on the show.
We had some people that we know that did a similar situation. It wasn't as amicable as it is played in this particular show. They didn't really, get along as buddy, but they did it for the sake of the kids. They wouldn't have to switch schools. They aren't doing this handing back as if their possessions left and right, and it works for the people who have can tolerate doing that. So I think it's cool you guys are putting a spotlight on this.
Oh, thank you, and it's a lot of it is just their particular personalities. You got to there's some water under the bridge that is just too high. And that bridge
No, sure. I think you can be assisted if at least one of the people in the divorced couple owns the Boston Celtics. That really helps. But you have a great ensemble here. But you have Donald Faison, who's basically playing the gentleman you mentioned. He is in the series the owner of the Celtics. He's a mogul, a tech mogul. And then Abigail Spencer, who is more known for drama, but apparently has very solid comedic chops. You and Donald Faison, I don't know how anyone couldn't jibe with him.
Right.
That's got to be a dream because he seems like a very affable sort of guy.
Oh my God, He absolutely is. He's got originally the character was written as kind of an awkward guy, and once we realized we could get Donald, it was like, oh no, this guy has to ooze charisma because that's just who Donald is, and so much fun, and a million stories, and just the life of the party, and also amazing comedy technician, absolutely 100% on top of everything he's doing, and it's just remarkable to watch.
I also loved hearing that Lenny Clark playing your dad, the legendary Boston comic, and he's I mean, he is basically himself. So you've got a good pedigree with him as your dad.
Oh, thank you. And so wonderful, and he, if you watch Rescue Me, he was great on Rescue Me, and again, there's just we so lucked out. I mean, Abigail Spencer, who's on the show, you probably know from Grey's Anatomy and Suits and Rectify and Mad Men. I mean, she's got this amazing credits, but she has turned out to be this comedy goldmine. And the stars really have to align for when you're doing a multi-camera sitcom. It's just like the thing with 2.5 Men was we had Charlie Sheen and Angus T. Jones, but we also had this amazing ensemble of women. We had Maren Hinkle, who's on Marvelous and Mrs. Maisel, and Holland Taylor and Conchata Ferrell and Melanie Linsky, from Last of Us. I mean, when you think back on that, you go, wow, that was an amazing group of women,
Yeah, no, there's something genuinely I find. I love the multi-camera sitcom setup. And I think, and tell me if I'm wrong here, John, but I think the process of doing, I think it's common practice to do a test run in front of an audience and sort of, shop the jokes as you're going through. I think that ends up improving the final product. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes, absolutely. When you're shooting a single camera show that's shot like a movie, like 30 Rock or something like that. 30 Rock. What was amazing about 30 Rock was that they had so many home runs of everything. But when you do it with an audience, you can see what falls flat. You can see what's not even a single.
Yeah, yeah.
So you get a chance to fix it, and that is literally the job of our exec producers and stuff and writers, is that we sit there, we run it through, and if it falls flat, something better in front of everybody, so that's kind of the hard part, but also the great part of doing a multicam.
You've worked a lot of different from film to television in different formats in both. Is there one that you prefer? Is it this? Do you like this methodology of creating entertainment?
Oh God, I'm torn because I did Supergirl for a few seasons playing Lex Luthor. And
you were great, by the way. Frigging loved you as Lex Luthor. You were tremendous.
Thank you so much. It was really that was fun because I was playing a character I'd loved since I was 10. But also you could sort of building something over in little pieces over the course of a whole week, or no, a week and a half actually on a single camera show is a really different job, and I really enjoyed the challenge of that. The thing about performing live in front of an audience is that you get that incredible satisfaction when you're done with the show, that you go home on Friday night and you're like, you put that show to bed. It is, so I have to go back and forth. That's really the thing. I couldn't, I did 2.5 Men for 12
years.
Wow.
Did that wrap up? Was it 2015? Was that when it wrapped up?
Yeah. Because we started in 2003. Yeah.
It's funny because I was a fan of 2.5 Men, but over time, and I loved your character, but I think after a while, your character, they had you kind of, like you were an accomplished chiropractor and you had a life. You were not, a flat out imbecile who was incapable of hitting any life goals. And after a while, I enjoy the show, but I love seeing you in this sort of show where you're a more tangible kind of person. Do you know what I'm saying? I hope that sounds like a compliment, because it is.
No, it is. It is because when you do a sitcom of it's a half-hour show that they have to we've shot 263 of them.
Right.
And after a while, you play Alan. Alan is very cheap. Remember, Alan was he was a chiropractor, but he wasn't particularly successful, so he was very cheap. And by the 12th season, I was like, really? We're still letting people know how cheap Alan is. Really?
Yeah.
But it's hard, after 12, the writers have an enormous, struggle in front of them, So what I love about Jim, the new character I'm playing on Extended Family, is that he's a little more multifaceted. They're letting him breathe a little more because it's less. The 2.5 Men was kind of basically a new odd couple. It was like uptight guy with freewheeling, with Charlie Sheen, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, is it? Let me ask you during the that read through, that I guess the table read they call it. From that process, obviously, we have just a very surface understanding of how these things work. How often does what happens in that table read end up fully intact by the time it makes the show?
Almost never.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah. There's a couple of, every now and then you'll do a scene that's just a home run in the table read, and so they go, you know what? Okay, we're not going to mess with that. But almost invariably, the whole point of the process of writing a multi-camera sitcom is the rewrites. You get rewrites. You do table read Monday. You get rewrites for Tuesday. Tuesday, you run it for the writers. Then you get rewrites for Wednesday. The Wednesday rewrites are to show the studio. And then often you'll get yet another rewrite that night. Usually that night is the last of the rewrites. And then Thursday and Friday you're shooting the show,
Jeez.
But it's all. And then, by the way, Friday night when you do it in front of the audience, you got to be ready to come up with entirely new jokes if the ones that you got fall flat.
Wow.
John, obviously you worked with Charlie for a long time on 2.5 Men, but did you meet him on Hot Shots, or did you meet him before that?
I met him on Hot Shots. Oh, no, actually that's true. I had met him at an audition for a movie that was then called Federal Express, and then they changed the name because somebody was going to get sued. I don't remember what it was called, but neither Charlie nor I got it, actually. But I had met him at this audition, and he's super. If you've ever met him, he's super friendly and cool, and that's very disarming considering that he's this, this icon of decadence worldwide. He's super approachable and friendly, and we hit it off. We loved working together on Hot Shots.
Hot Shots, it's, by the way, underrated comedy. It's so damn funny. There are laugh out silly moments, and I watched a scene with you the other day where you're talking about the eye operation, and you deliver those lines flawlessly. It's really a very funny movie.
Oh, thank you. It was interesting because it's so ridiculous. You have to play everything incredibly straight. And that was doing this. You can't. You're just saying such drivel is pouring out of your mouth. I have to take this so seriously.
Well, it's fondly remembered, and it does hold up. I wanted to ask about Mike O'Malley, who's the showrunner, and he, I assume, is the creator. He had the Mike O'Malley Show, and he's also behind Yes, Dear, and he seems to have a like with Chuck Lorre, these guys kind of have it. They've got that sort of thing. What's your experience with working with Mike?
Well, that thing that you're referring to is that sort of unrelenting desire to get it right. Both Chuck and Mike have that. They both have this thing where you just can't leave it halfway. You can't say, "Oh, that was good enough. That joke was good enough." It's like, no, you need to have home runs, and Chuck and Mike go about it in different ways. Mike is incredibly inclusive and incredibly, he gets input from everybody, and he's always just bending over backwards to make this a group effort and make everybody understand how much they're giving. And the great thing about that is that everybody really wants to give because everybody feels recognized, which is amazing.
Right.
Chuck comes from a different era of of television, where the networks were, they sat on you so much and they made life so hard for you that he kind of cultivated this image of being this incredibly tough guy, even though he's actually super cool, and he and I got along amazingly well. But what happens is if you strike fear into the network executives, if they're scared to give you the notes, you get less notes.
That's the key. That's the key. I love that.
And it worked. It worked great. It led to a very civilized set where we didn't have to chase a network note that was dumb and rewrite a bunch of scenes on the basis of a note that just doesn't work. Instead, we could, hone and perfect what we had, and that's one of the reasons the show was so good.
Awesome. Well, you got all the components a hit here, and it's great to see you back with a program of your own. I love it. So it's called Extended Family, and Tuesdays at 8:30. So the next episode is tomorrow night on NBC, following Night Court. So make sure you check it out. John, we love you. Thanks for coming on this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you. So much pleasure.
Anytime. John Cryer, guys. I love it.
Made it under the wire there.
Love it. Nick had pulled up the cast for Hot Shots. I haven't seen that movie in ages. But there's some people in here I forgot that were in the movie. I forgot Carrie Elways was kind of like the Iceman.
What is he
character in the movie?
He wants back his colander or crock pot from when the relationship goes asunder. And John Cryer was it Walleye?
Walleye.
Yeah, was his name. Yeah,
Right. I did that. Man, I'm going to screw up the line, but he had to do that eye operation, and the way that he delivers that line is so damn funny.
And do you remember when Preston, when his jet is about to crash? His bride is standing there on the tarmac, and they turn her away so she doesn't have to see it. And at that very moment, a truck installing mirrors pulls up. So the reflection of everything is happening. She sees it all in the reflection.
Oh no, I didn't. No, I don't remember. There's some good moments in that movie. It's been a long time. Then there's that one character, Dead Meat, which is
Oh, maybe he's the one who dies. Yeah.
Ryan Stiles is in it.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. And Valeria Galino.
Yeah,
She's great.
And she actually
Loved
shows
her.
up in the second
Hot
season
Shots Part 2, which is the
No, I'm talking about Morning Show. She shows
is
up
she
in
really?
that. Yeah,
Really?
I hadn't seen her in forever, and I'm like, gosh, she seems familiar. Obviously, she's aged a little bit, but when Steve Carell's character goes over to Italy,
Oh,
She interviews him.
She interviews him.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know I've mentioned this before, but there's a scene with her in Hot Shots where she goes, "Kiss me like you've never," and he puts his mouth. But there's a couple emails I want to read, if you guys don't mind. Or you know what? I'll hold on to those. I'll go to those again because this other thing I wanted to mention ties directly into Extended Family because he plays a he's with a divorced couple in the show.
Right.
January is known as Divorce Month, apparently.
Yay!
Apparently, this is the month that people get divorced.
People don't want to do it around the holidays, so they wait.
Or file for divorce, maybe. Yeah, I guess so.
Or realize that there's no salvaging.
Yeah. Or that was the last. Yeah, I just can't do this anymore.
One more present, and then it's over.
The holiday seasons can be stressful. According to Goldberg Jones Law Practice, divorce filings increased by 33% from January through March, while online divorce and related terms like divorce party also see a spike. But there was a book that came out is psychotherapist Amy Morin, and her book is called 13 Things Mentally Strong Couples Don't Do.
Yeah.
And I guess this is to make sure that your relationship stays intact.
Well, it's more to make you go, oh, man, that says we need to get a divorce. And this is all funded by
Maybe that too. Yeah.
divorce lawyers.
But I have the 13 things here.
Yeah.
And Steve, the article was so long, it would have been 15 pages long for me to print up all of the, it's got the things that you are supposed that people do, but it doesn't have the descriptions of what they are. So I'm just going to give you what these are.
Sure.
Okay. So
they're self-explanatory.
They're self-explanatory.
Yeah.
So she identified the key characteristics that could ensure your relationship will stay here. So this is what mentally strong couples don't do. All right. Number one, they don't ignore their problems. These are just some tips for you here in case you want to maybe work on your relationship. Don't ignore your problems. Talk about your problem.
Yeah.
If you have
to the wrong
opportunity.
people.
To other people,
Yeah,
but
behind
not
the
your
person's
spouse.
back.
But it took me a long time to figure that one out because we used to sit on problems, on issues, and then now it's like, okay, let's get this out in the open. Let's talk about this right now. Let's not hold this off anymore. And part of that goes into number 2, which is don't keep secrets.
Right.
I mean, reasonable secrets.
Unless they're in their day.
Come on.
Where's that? What's that smell? Don't go in the basement.
Yeah. There are some things that maybe one or two little bitty things, but you can't keep big secrets. In fact, it was that thing we were talking about with Mike and Alex the other day, or maybe it was Karen and Alex that were on about, can if somebody shares something with you and says, hey, listen, don't tell your wife or your husband.
Sorry. My preamble to any conversation like that is, I'm going to let you know right now, Claire will know. So if you're not comfortable with that, don't tell me.
But you know what's funny is because that is sort of like a follow-up question that I will ask. You know, like,
is it okay?
hey, don't tell anybody,
Right.
Blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, hang on. Does the wife count in this one? And if they say yes, then I honor that. Like if somebody tells me a secret or whatever, and they're like, don't tell your wife.
Yeah. But the thing is, you have to understand if you know the people well enough, like if you tell me, look, don't tell anybody, we as a couple are not going to tell anyone.
Right.
We will keep that.
I mean,
to
you
ourselves.
sell that information.
Number 3, don't hesitate to set boundaries.
Yes.
All right.
Don't come out of the basement.
See this line at the top of the
you
stairs?
Come across this, I'm going to hit you again.
You're on the other side of the boundary. All right. Don't become martyrs.
Right.
I mean, dying for a cause is really not worth it if you're in a good
But I
stable
wanted that
relationship.
swim spot.
It's going to happen.
It's going to happen.
I'm pulling for you, buddy.
Well, it goes to Casey's thing, picking what hill you're going to die on and sort of quasi making yourself a martyr for something what do you win in the end isn't the idea to find a commonality, to find something you can connect on and work through it?
Yes, agreed.
Just like OJ taught us?
These are 13 things mentally strong couples don't do.
Scott Peterson taught us?
They don't use their emotions as weapons.
No, use weapons as weapons.
Use weapons as weapons. Don't use your emotions as weapons.
Words are to distract.
I guess crying to...
or anger.
To get your way.
Yeah,
anger.
to get your way.
Did you get good at? Are you guys good at? When you have to hit the moment where you have to go, not right now. I can revisit this in a little bit.
It depends.
So
it depends.
9 times out of 10, I appreciate when Claire does that and back and forth with each other. It's a great way to just let cooler heads prevail. It takes a lot of work to get to that place.
9 times.
Where you don't react
9 times.
that way.
9 times.
Yes, it is hard to, when you're really emotionally charged, to reel it back.
Because
I've
no
learned,
good's going to come from that maelstrom of emotion.
Yep, I've learned to get a lot better about that.
You have more time to clean the gun.
Here's another important one. Don't try to fix each other. Quote unquote, fix each other. You know what I mean?
Was that Men Are From Mars?
Yeah, Gray.
John Gray?
Yeah, Joel Gray.
Joel Gray was from Cabaret.
John Gray.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Men put on their hats. And that was his thing. But he was right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're simply there for support. You don't need to fix it.
Well, that one took me, and I actually did learn from that Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus.
The son of a bitch is right.
That automatically, it's, and not all men are this way, but men, I think, more often than not, tend to lead into, all right, well, she brings up an issue, and you immediately want to fix the problem right away.
Right.
But what if you're trying to throw a ball up to the roof?
Yeah, it's going to happen. That in the swim spa.
As opposed to just kind of waiting it out and listening to. Most of the time, people just want to be heard. You let them speak.
There's a great Modern Family episode where Phil he's in the salon for some reason, surrounded by his wife, and he starts to go into the fix-it thing, and they're like, no, you don't. And then he learns from them how to do it, and she's like, thank you so much, because he just listens.
Right.
He supports her.
You know what I love in the movie This Is 40, when they're arguing throughout the movie.
Oh, yeah.
And at some point, he goes, why don't we talk to each other like the therapist told us to talk to each other? And they start, they're okay, I'm feeling conflicted now because blah, 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 this. And then they start using Simon and Garfunkel as an analogy. And she ends it with, but Simon writes the effing songs. Just losing it. Yeah. I absolutely love that sequence. Number 7, don't communicate with disrespect.
Don't you disrespect me.
Yo.
Yeah.
Don't communicate with disrespect, okay? Make sure you hear that person.
Do it with dat respect.
And it needs to be mutual respect. That's the hard part if you're respecting on this end and you're not getting it from the other side. So
these little obvious things, if you have to pause for a second and think about them, you can make things better.
Yep. Number 8 on this list, don't blame each other for their problems.
Blame the kids.
This is what the couple's done. Blame your children.
Why did we not use protection?
They don't blame each other for their problems.
Right.
Well, who do you...
Were you about to say, who do you blame
Who
then?
do you blame?
You've got to
It's
blame
not me.
yourself.
I mean, come on.
It's like when you fart and you blame the dog.
Okay.
Yeah.
Something along those lines.
The dog's cheating on you.
Number 9 is they don't forget why they fell in love.
Aw.
Right. Do you remember why you fell in love? Do you remember
I
the
was just
moment?
trying to think of that.
Do you remember the moment when you...
Oh, yeah.
I do.
Yeah, I absolutely do.
I mean, when I fell in love with you. No. When I fell in love with Claire, yeah.
Yeah, I remember the moment. I remember when I was first interested in her, and then I remember the moment where I'm like, I have to have this one.
Yeah.
It was
What
on
was
it. It was Rivers Nightclub, Cleves Landing in St. Louis. I was a DJ. She was out on the dance floor with her friends. And I've told her this before. And it was almost like a spotlight was on her.
Oh, yeah?
On the dance floor. And I saw her, and I'm like, that's...
Oh, my God, I got a boner.
That's the gal. She was lit up. I told her this one time, and she kind of brushed it off, too. I was being very open with my feelings. I was being super romantic, and I got nothing in return. I got laughed
Can I
at.
tell you something? You got me in the fields.
Yeah.
With that, it was Claire brought me. We had just gone out on 1 or 2 dates, and she brought me a birthday cake to work, which I thought was very sweet. And that's when I said, I think I love this woman.
Yeah. You know what I love that Rochelle does for me? If we're in a car together and we go through a fast food restaurant, she will take my hamburger out of the bag and then wrap it with the wrapper.
And throw it out the window.
No. she'll take the wrapper off and wrap it around the bottom so that I can hold it without making a mess. And it's one of the things I absolutely love about
those little things mean so much.
They do.
Yeah. Sad songs say so
They
much.
do say so much, don't they?
I thought you were going to say about the McDonald's drive-thru that she had her order prepped ahead of time because I know how much
That's
you
the
love
thing
it.
you don't like about that.
No, that's another issue.
Why are you scouring the menu that you've seen a million times?
I'm like, we're pulling into the parking lot now. I'd like to know.
Do you have French fries?
We don't have to pull all the way up there. I'd like to know what
I'll get
you
a
want,
large, a
please.
medium, and I'll get, a large. I'll get one large.
That's not an issue that I have with my wife. That is an issue that I have with my children. And I'm like, oh my God.
Oh, I have that issue with my kids too.
Yeah.
There's no other place to look for it before then.
What are you talking about?
I'm not going to get in this argument with you guys right now.
No, because you're going to lose because
I know.
There is
menu
a
doesn't
menu
change.
well before the
Yeah. And what new revelation has popped up at McDonald's?
Sometimes you don't
that
go
you
to
don't
McDonald's
How
for
are the
a
Clams
while.
Casino today?
We're specifically talking about McDonald's.
Okay.
Okay. If it's something more, exotic like Arby's.
Yeah.
I could see
deli.
that. Yeah.
But like, not fast food.
Go there.
So for instance, my family and I were all going out to dinner on Friday night, and everybody but me will go to the restaurant's website ahead of time and look at the menus so that they have an idea of what they want to get beforehand.
I don't do that.
Not me neither.
If you're going to sit down for dinner,
yeah, I'm getting.
The only thing is if I'm waiting at the restaurant, like if there's a long wait to get the table.
But you won't do that. Like if you
no,
it's Monday and you know that you're going there on Friday. You won't look there. Okay.
No, if there's a long waiting line at the restaurant yet and you're seated for a stretch, I like looking at the menu so that by the time we actually get to the table, then I can order without having to wait any further.
Now, what I don't have patience for is once you've sat down, the menus have been handed out. We're all chit-chatting, catching up and everything. The waiter comes over and I'm like, I know what I want. You know, I'm going to need a few more. No. We have had plenty of time.
Everyone but you at this table knows what they're getting.
I'm telling you.
So we'll start with me and we'll end with you, but by that time you will know what you want.
A 9 top of women got me fired, essentially, because I had another table that I was waiting on as well that they didn't care for how long it was taking for them to get their tomato bread. And it was the fact that I had to take an order from 9 women that took, I don't know, 3.5 days. And then they got me fired because they were so mad.
It does take
tomato. It was definitely a staple at the restaurant that I worked at. And, you know, that people put their order in. I put the tomato bread order in.
Absolutely delinquent on our tomato bread. Fire him.
And when I got done taking said lady's orders, turn around and the tomato bread, you know, like a turtle a-hole. And I said to the gentleman, I said, I am so sorry. I said, I just got done taking these ladies' order. I said, let me go check on your tomato bread. He told my manager that I told him that I was so busy. I was too busy. And that got me fired.
Those bitches. He lied.
Have you ever been able to have tomato bread since that day?
Well, that restaurant doesn't exist anymore.
What was it?
It was
Tommy's tomato bread.
No, it was at Rosario's. And the tomato bread was amazing, but I always went for the Crab Imperial when I was there.
Okay. All right, moving on to the next one. And by the way, Texter, yes, I was joking when I said Arby's was exotic. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Lighten up, people.
Then we have number 10 on this list. 13 things that mentally strong couples don't do. They don't expect the relationship to meet all of their needs. You can't be unrealistic about it.
Right.
And we're going through this list. I know this is not restaurant chat. This is
I know.
relationship chat.
Oh,
if you're just tuning in, it's divorce month, and we're going through things that mentally strong couples don't do.
Can I add one to the list?
Yeah.
Surprise your significant other with tomato bread.
They don't do that.
Oh, don't do that.
All right. They also don't neglect their partnership.
Yes.
Which is besides just your partnership, you being a unit.
What you sail the oceans in.
No, that's a ship in general.
Oh, sorry.
Various kinds of ships. No, but the fact that it's 2 people working together as a team.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's important. You don't take each other for granted. All right, meaning that they will be at your beck and call and do whatever you want at any time and so on.
No,
that they're a human being. They have emotions as well.
See, and while these things seem self-evident, the truth of the matter is that you lose sight of them after a while as you settle into the comfortability of a relationship.
Mm-hmm. And then the last thing, they don't stop growing, changing.
I'm growing right now.
I knew. In your special hole.
Yeah.
So.
And by the way, a texter said, hey, what does Casey's wife get if he gets a swim spa? You know what? She gets a swim spa.
Yes. Yes, she does.
Yeah.
Damn right.
Everybody gets one.
Hey, you get a swim spa.
She'll be like the dog dad.
Yeah.
Like, didn't want one.
Yeah.
You know, held out against it, and she'll be the one out there in that thing all the time.
Yeah, probably not, but she could if she wanted to.
Not only she'll be
so?
fishing in it, too.
Yeah.
You don't think so? Why not?
She's not really a hot
a water
type
baby
person. Yeah.
Hot type person?
Hot tub person.
Hot tub person?
Hot type person.
Well, you can. No, not tight.
She's not very tight.
Yeah.
But you can use. You don't have to crank the heat all the way up when you're swimming. So come on.
Yeah. By the way, I went into the
spaghetti.
I went to the hot tub at my the gym that I go to the other day, and it's a communal hot tub, right? So I go into the spa or the sauna first, and then I come out and I go to step in, and mind you, there's a guy, right, who's a little bit older, probably in his 60s or whatever, who is basically laying like this on one of the benches in the hot tub, right?
On his side, taking up all the space.
Yeah, taking up all, but he wasn't taking up all the room. But when I'm walking down the steps, we're like eye to eye, and he's looking at me like, hey, boy, right? And we say hello with our eyes, and then he just kind of glances up and points, right? And I'm like, oh, what's this guy pointing at? And there's a sign that says you have to take a shower before you get into the hot tub. I was like, you a-hole. I'm like, it doesn't really matter.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. You have to like rinse off before you get into the hot tub.
Yeah, I know all that crap. Oh, this guy was actually trying to enforce that on you?
Yeah. So
I don't want your sweaty body in my hot tub.
I don't care. It doesn't.
It's a communal hot tub.
Yeah, with a 1,000 gallons of chlorine in it.
Yeah, but
and also,
bacterial
when you are in a hot tub, you begin to sweat.
Thank you.
Sweat drips off of your forehead and down your shoulders and your arms and into the water.
Follow
Trust
the
me, I
rules.
own a hot tub.
Follow the rules, man.
Big bunch of pussies.
So I followed the rules. I went and took a shower.
Were the rules posted?
Yeah, it's just a little
why you looked
sign
at the
right there.
sign.
Yeah. So I took the shower and then I come back in and then he goes, I'm not like
Now we can make love.
He goes, I'm not the hot tub police or anything like that. I'm like, well, then why did you say anything?
You are the hot tub
You are the
police.
hot tub police.
You are the hot tub police.
I think hot tub sweat is different than gym sweat. I think the way that you sweat when you work out is different than the sweat that you experience when you're in a hot tub.
You're actually saying that?
Well, not in the same thing about you going to Arby's and it being exotic. I mean,
Who's the hot tub police now, dog?
yeah, you better damn shower before you get in the hot tub.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
My
Well,
father
agree to
actually.
disagree.
My father one time got into a hot tub I think it was in a hotel, a high-end hotel, and it was so bombed with chlorine that basically all of the hair on everything was like
Bleached?
Gone.
Oh, gone? Like
it
in
all-
there?
Like it fell out.
Oh, my
yes.
God.
I mean, there was a lawsuit against the hotel. They found out that it
Wow.
actually happened to other patrons of the hotel.
For that bad, that's like you would breathe that stuff in too. That's not good for you.
Could not have been good.
Wow. Okay.
Coming out looking like one of those crazy.
Come out
cats.
looking like
Look like one of those cats that doesn't have any hair. Say, hey, you look like one of those cats that don't have any hair. I said, no. I look like a walking nutsack.
But the main point here is I don't want to go into a communal hot tub. I want to go to the gym and then go home to my own hot tub.
I think that's honestly, I will do anything I can to help you.
Well, you know what?
Why don't you bet Diane that you can throw a ball up to the roof, and if you win,
Okay. Well, first I need to prove to myself that I can do it, and then, I hedge my bets. But you know
Casey
what?
thinks, by the way, if you're just tuning in, that he can throw a ball all the way on top of our building, which is over 6 stories high.
6 stories high. So how high is that? That's 60 feet? I don't know.
8 to 10 feet for a story, right?
60,
Yeah.
I
60
mean,
feet?
throwing up
Vertically is the key, yeah.
tough, right? But
I bet it's like 90 feet right to the top. Wouldn't you think if it's 6 stories?
I feel like I could do it. Do you think Chose has?
I think you have a strong arm.
Thank you.
And you're
beautiful-
handsome.
You have pretty eyes.
I would get in a hot
that
tub with
bulge
you.
in your shorts is talking.
I
to
would
me.
massage you in a hot tub. But I don't think you can do it. I think gravity's going to work against you.
We gotta.
I'm betting against you, and I'm sorry to do that as your
No,
friend.
it's all right.
Effing gravity.
Yeah.
Anyhow, hopefully we saved relationships here.
I think so.
That
We did.
full
Yes.
conversation that we just had. All right. What's that? I can't read it.
60 to
There's
90
no words
feet.
on it. I
Yeah.
guess.
There's no words on
It
it.
says, but typically around 60 to 90 feet, 18 to 27 meters tall. And I understand that throwing up is a lot different than throwing out. So,
Okay. Maybe we can try tomorrow.
There's no words on it.
Quickly, I have an email I'd like to wrap with. This is a very bizarre request, but I wanted to throw this out there. Maybe somebody can help this guy out. It says, "Hey Preston, John Kensel here, Philly-based comedian. I have an unusual request." He said, "I'm a friend with a famous Philadelphia prop comedian known as the legendary WID." The legendary WID, WID. He said Todd Glass, Pat House, Tom Wilson, Kevin Hart, Carrot Top are all pals of his.
So I'm familiar with John Kensel. He's a very he's a long-time listener of the show, and
Okay.
okay. So, and he's mentioned this comedian to me.
Oh, he has?
Yeah.
Oh, well, he needs help. He said WID has been on a Showtime special with Jonathan Winters and Jeff Dunham. He was on Weird Al TV. A larger-sized lawn Christmas nativity scene cow. And his cow is now beat to hell. And with people taking down their decorations post-holidays, I was wondering if any MMR listeners would have one or can grab one out of the trash. He said the WID's Prop Act is all recycled things that he's collected throughout the years.
Didn't Lincoln enact the WID's Prop Act?
Maybe he did. If anyone has one or finds one, you can contact WID through his Facebook page, The Legendary WID.
Okay.
And
he's looking for the large prop cow that one would find in an outdoor, a front yard nativity scene.
Yeah, almost like a life-size thing, I think. But anyhow, he put a phone number here. I'm not going to give that out on the air. We don't generally give phone numbers out on the air unless he says you can give it out on the air. But his Facebook page is the legendary Wid. So if you have a prop cow from a nativity scene.
I need to see what his other cow looks like just to kind of get an idea of
Some videos running. There you go. It is the genuflecting cow.
Okay.
Well, not genuflecting. It's actually just laying down.
It's the kneeling cow, I guess.
He says without it, his act will be an utter catastrophe. Thank you. Good night.
He needs a new one. The one he's holding up is like the size of his torso. So
Yeah.
it's not giant. I thought it was like life size or something like that. But anyhow, yeah. So I'm passing that along courtesy of John Kensel. So
He's a good guy.
If you can help the Wid, please do so. All right, we are breaking. We're coming back in a moment. We'll get to the bizarre file when we return. I don't think you want to miss that. Stay put. We'll be right back.
One of those.
Yeah. What do you think?
I mean, the one that usually gets I believe, is probably the wings.
I would go
and pizza.
Yeah, no, really, I would go pizza less. I would probably normally I would have gone with you with the wings, but I think chips and dip is probably the number one.
All right. Anybody else?
Yeah, I think chips and dip too.
Yeah, chips and dip.
It is chips and dip. Chicken wings is second. Pizza's third, Case.
There you go.
Pizza's way up there.
We're very good at this.
Now it's set. Now okay, and then it says nachos.
That's chips and dip.
That's kind of just I count that as chips and dip.
Okay.
I mean, it's not technically dip.
It's a combo of chips and dip.
Yeah.
This is the worst list ever.
But it's its own category as a result.
And I guess because nachos,
It's like bronze.
Yeah, it's like what?
It's like bronze. You know, it's like you combine copper and zinc, you get bronze.
Are people eating bronze for Super Bowl?
No, I'm making an
You really
analogy.
shouldn't.
Yeah, that's what Transformers eat when they watch the Super Bowl.
Here, dip it in this aluminum.
Honey, more platinum, more platinum. Yeah, very good.
I didn't. Okay, I had no idea.
I want to make a clarification going back to the bronze
Please
joke. Brass is copper and zinc.
Oh my God.
Bronze is copper and tin.
Are you sure this is bronze? It tastes like copper and zinc.
We had a beautiful sunrise this morning. I mean, and it was great because, as Nick noted, as I looked outside, it was like 6:05 and there was daybreak, and that's a wonderful thing for us early risers starting to see the sun that early in the day.
Well, the exact moment that the sun creases the sky every morning, people don't know this, but Kathy stands in a pentagram and slits a chicken's throat.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
We get to eat chicken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, stays darker later. You know, so
Stays darker later.
I mean, lighter later.
Longer. Yeah.
It
Longer.
stays
I gotcha.
later darker.
Oh my God.
No, because I noticed that yesterday too. It was 6-ish, and it was still nice and bright out.
Stays
This is good.
lighter later.
Yeah.
It gets darker later. It stays lighter later.
It dark. Dark.
It gets lighter
dark and dark
sooner.
Yeah.
Have you been off since you left the house this morning because of what happened with your coffee mug?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't hear this story, Preston.
No,
it's
I
going to
didn't.
be a Lifetime movie. Judd
What's
Nelson's
going-
playing.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to answer this. Donna Levine's calling me. I don't even know who that is. I just got a call on my watch that distracted me. Preston, I made myself some coffee last night.
Okay.
All right. So can I tell you a quick story?
Yeah.
Let me just.
Were you laughing at how happy he was at himself for doing that?
The audio.
Yeah, it was my quick story.
Yeah, that was his joke.
Preston,
I'm gonna tell you a quick story. Wow.
If only.
I love it.
Wow, I got to laugh out of Kathy. I
hearty laugh.
I set my coffee
I didn't have to listen to the story.
every night.
You were free.
Coffee.
And so I was on my way into work this morning, poured my coffee, and the very first sip tasted off. And I was like, there's something going on here.
Yeah.
And so I gave it a couple of more sips. It just tasted like dishwashing liquid. It was like Palmolive. So
yeah, I had that happen.
And it just, and I need those 20 ounces to wake up on my way into work this morning, and I didn't get that.
Oh, so you tossed it out and bailed on it, didn't make another cup?
I thought maybe I was going to die from poisoning or something like that, so I decided not to drink
it. Don't ever finish a cup of coffee that you feel has been poisoned.
Right?
Yeah.
It's remarkable, though. Like, little things can set your day in the right direction or in the completely wrong direction, and that one set... I mean, I'm sure the rest of the day will be fine or whatever, but like a little thing just like that, it puts you in a bad mood, and like I get it. I totally understand where you're coming from, man. It's frustrating.
I haven't picked up on any out of the ordinary.
No, you've been fine.
You seem the same as usual. You've been faking it all day?
Yep. Fake it till you make it, bro.
Good job, man.
You know what I'm saying?
He was tweeting about this yesterday, posting on social media.
It's amazing.
That he was making a film, and it's based very well-known story. If you know Bert, you know the story. And what we didn't know is that Mark Hamill is now involved in this project. Amazing. Please welcome Bert Kreischer to our program. Morning,
How you guys doing?
I have no idea what time. What part of the day you are in? What's the time?
It is 1:15 in the afternoon, but I've been sleeping all day.
Okay. All right, fair enough. When did you get in? How long have you been there?
You know what? It's all a blur.
Okay.
Like, we got in, I think, yesterday morning, and by the way, I slept on the flight. Like, I've just been sleeping nonstop.
Was, in fact, Mark Hamill on that flight?
He was.
There's a great video that Mark posted of him talking about this secret project that he's a part of, and you can see Bert comes around the corner with his shirt off and wine. It was so well done. How did you get Mark involved in this movie, Bert?
So it's kind of tricky because of COVID. We kind of had to narrow it down to like it was a difficult sell because not everyone that is play my dad would want to come to Serbia,
right?
Mm-hmm. And we got word that Mark Hamill was just interested, and everyone dropped everything and was like, "Hold on." That means Darth Vader's my grandfather.
I didn't even think about that.
We lost it, and we took a meeting with him, and he was, it's amazing. You forget, like, actors really know what they're talking about. Like, he had read the script, he had questions about it, he didn't like certain aspects of it, and wondered if we could change it. And we were all like, Mark, we'll turn this into whatever movie you want it to be.
Yeah, no, it's so cool. One thing since the beginning of the exposure to Mark Hamill in interviews, even for way back when the first Star Wars movie came out, one thing was clear. Dude has a really good sense of humor. So he's got to connect to stuff like this.
I told him, I said, I want to shoot a promo outside the private jet like I do for my tours for this. And so we had like a crew from Legendary to go shoot it. And I said, I gave him, I swear to God, I've given so many more notes to people. All I said was, I'm going to do like an intro read. You just come up and I'll be like, what's up? And just say, just get on the plane. And I'll go, hey, I thought we could do that. And then just cut me off. We did one take and it turned perfectly. I sat with the executive from Legendary and I go, okay, I can't tell if that's because he's such a great actor or did we just get lucky? Like,
yeah.
Well, Bert, you strike me as somebody that not much rattles you, but maybe you'd be not intimidated by Mark, but are you blown away by the fact that he's in this movie with you? Because he is legendary. He is Luke Skywalker.
We watched Star Wars the day before I left with my kids.
Yes.
And my daughters are like, I cannot believe that's going to be Papa. Like, I cannot believe. He is the reason I got into movies. Like, it's not lost on me at all.
Wow. So a couple things you mentioned. Is Legendary behind this? Are they is it the company?
Legendary.
So they're on a huge roll. And is this a Netflix movie or is it okay? It's
no. I know you can see me. I just shook my head as if we're not doing radio right now.
Full theatrical release.
We want to put it in theaters.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, that's awesome. It's so cool. And so the fact that this, I was thinking about this when the whole idea of the machine, the movie came up. This was such a part of your embryonic early on and what you would talk about. And the story is just incredibly, people never get sick of hearing about it, but this will now give you the opportunity once it's done, when people ask about it, you can just say, watch the movie. Because how many times have you told the story?
This isn't this isn't that story, though, isn't this?
It's a little bit past.
It's a follow-up to it, Bert?
So we had pitched versions of the story to a bunch of different places, and we went into Legendary, and this who is a guy who I ran into like 9 years ago, and he saw me do stand-up once in Burbank, and he gave me his card, and he goes, I want to do a movie with you.
Wow.
This is like 9 years ago. And now I'm in his office, and he goes, all right, you got to do one movie. He's like, I want to do a movie with you. What movie do you want to do? I said, well, if I got one movie to do, it's The Machine. And he goes, how would you tell that? And I go, I got to be honest with you, Cale. I don't know. I said, my biggest fear is I'm going to get hired for a corporate one day, and I'll get there, and they'll go, just tell The Machine, and it'll be the Russian mafia. And he lit up, and he goes, say no more, say no more.
Wow.
Let's do this movie. And so
go ahead.
Based off that little pitch, we got writers attached, then a director, and then all of a sudden, everything kind of built off of that.
The director is Peter Antisio. Is that how it's pronounced?
Peter
Intencio. So he's from Key and Peele. And he did the movie Keanu as well, right? The guys,
and you forget, like, he really puts the work in. Like, I'm doing a wardrobe fitting the other day, and they're like, well, he sees a lot of oranges in this movie. And I was like, he's thinking about colors? And they're like, yeah, he's a director, you moron.
He's concerned with visuals?
I was like, I'm so used to doing like Instagram videos. I don't think about anything.
You don't think about color correction and things like that.
Oh, that's great.
So you're in quarantine right now for a couple days, right? When does filming actually start?
Filming, we have rehearsals for a couple weeks.
Okay.
Filming starts, I think, May 4th.
May 4th.
May the 4th be with you. That's right.
You gotta be kidding.
Yeah, what's hilarious is we put out the video and it's got a lot of traction, and like everyone hit me up. Like even like people who don't get fazed by it, like Rogan was like, dude, Mark Hamill's your dad? And then and then I went on the news, and my news Google feed, and I was in my own Google feed news, and it said Bert Kreischer is not going to rehab.
Yeah, Bert, I got an email from someone who was like, hey, since he's your godfather, I thought I'd reach out to you. Is Bert really going to rehab, or was that a joke?
I was like, there's no way.
There's no way. Yeah.
I said it to Casey.
Yeah, we were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and Segura wanted to say, congrats on the movie, and we couldn't talk about it yet.
Right.
And he goes, tell everyone where you're going. And I go, I can't. And he goes, just say it. And I go, I can't. And he goes, say it. And I go, I'm going to rehab. And it made us laugh, and we just kept talking about it. And then we forgot to say, I'm not going to rehab. Angela, everyone sent me these really heartfelt messages like, this is a new step in your journey.
Oh my God.
Bert, have we spoken?
More believable that I would be going to rehab than shooting a movie.
Yeah.
Have we spoken to you since the whole Jennifer Aniston thing happened?
No, you have not.
Okay, so for our listeners, explain how that all came, how that all happened.
So Segura and I were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and he made up a lie, and he said he met Jennifer Aniston. and I really fell for it. And and it was a funny story, a funny lie. And then he goes,
Free WMMR.
All right, we will do one more bizarre file with you.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Mini Melts Ice Cream. Is Mini Melts Ice Cream the coolest on-the-go treat? Yeah. Head to Wawa and grab a single-serve cup from the signature Mini Melts standalone freezer. Make it a Mini Melts moment. Mini Melts Ice Cream, but cooler. All right, here's a follow-up story. Attorneys clashed in a Utah courtroom over opposing characterizations of a fight between two commercial airline pilots in which the co-pilot allegedly threatened to shoot the captain for suggesting they divert the flight for a passenger's medical emergency.
Wow.
Yeah.
That got out of hand quick.
Former Delta Airlines pilot Jonathan J. Dunn made his first federal court appearance on Thursday.
I think you're a pussy, and I'm going to shoot you.
His lawyer, John Huber, who was once Utah's top federal prosecutor, tried to characterize the altercation as a misunderstanding, while prosecutors described it as a grave offense. The heated argument had erupted in the cockpit on which Dunn was the first officer or co-pilot. The captain, who is not named in the documents, had proposed diverting their flight to Grand Junction, Colorado if the passenger's condition worsened. Dunn objected and threatened multiple times to shoot the captain, whom he accused of, quote, going crazy.
So he's the one threatening to shoot the other guy, and he's accusing the guy he's going to shoot of going crazy?
Yeah, just because he wants to divert the flight
Right.
because somebody's sick.
Right.
If convicted,
I'm going to shoot you.
If convicted, Dunn could face up to 20 years in prison. Dunn acknowledged threatening the captain, but said his remarks were intended as a joke.
The funny way you tell someone you're going to shoot them.
The captain
I'm going to shoot you.
did not perceive the threats as a joke and told authorities that he was concerned that Dunn would use his firearm to relieve him of command of the aircraft. He actually had a gun in the cockpit. The new court documents reveal that Dunn seemed to recognize the gravity of his actions, telling Delta officials, this could have been much worse. In hindsight, if I had been threatened, I would not be able to operate. Dunn had been authorized by the TSA to carry a firearm on board. The TSA has since revoked that authority, and Delta says Dunn no longer works for the airline. The altercation occurred on the last leg of a 3-day cross-country rotation that Dunn and the captain completed together. Captain reported having problems with Dunn questioning his decisions throughout the entire rotation.
Wow, that's nightmarish.
Yeah, and attempted to be what he called a, quote, right seat captain.
I think what they should do is clear some area and allow them to Greco-Roman wrestle.
Okay.
And that would be whoever wins.
Settle this like men.
Right.
Yeah. Dunn is an Air Force Reserve Lieutenant Colonel, by the way, who is demoted from his previous position for
threatening to shoot people.
No, for refusing the COVID vaccine. The Air Force suspended his access to sensitive information.
It's 10 items or less. If you don't leave, I'm going to shoot you.
And to the Air Operations Center because of the mid-flight altercation. I'm interested to seeing the results of that particular trial. We'll see how that turns
You're
out.
blocking the bell. I'm going to shoot you.
This is a very short story. A person was injured after being attacked with a watermelon Thursday evening at a New Hampshire supermarket.
The deadliest of produce.
Police responded to the market basket, and details were limited, but police said a person was taken to a hospital with non-life-threatening injuries after being struck with the melon.
I would say that a coconut is more deadly.
A coconut would really now, obviously, if you take a full watermelon and slam it over someone's head,
That's heavy.
Yeah, it's heavy.
Yeah.
But a coconut is like a rock.
Yeah. A pineapple would hurt pretty bad, too, because you could grab it from the leaves.
Bet
on
your
the top.
ass.
What?
Durian fruit.
Durian. Yeah.
It's kind of like a blowfish. I think the pineapple has more spiky, scaly stuff going on,
Well,
right?
if you remember, the durian is all spike.
It's like rock hard. It's like a
me.
like Steve right now.
Talking about watermelon.
No arrests have been made, police said, but the incident remains under investigation.
Have that one day. Battle of
the
Get
fruits.
two combatants, and what produce inflicts the most damage?
Ooh, yes, I
Right?
like that. Produce.
Right.
Produce Wars.
Produce Wars. I like that. That's pretty good. All right. A body found in a San Diego freezer last month may have been that of a woman who's been missing or dead for up to 9 years, police said.
Who took my body?
An out-of-town family member who was visiting a residence called local authorities when they discovered the body in the freezer. Ugh.
Well, here we put our names on our bodies that we keep in the fridge.
The family members are related to someone who currently lives in the home and not related to the woman found in the freezer, according to police.
Oh my God.
They added the freezer was running when the body was found. Police identified the body Thursday as that of Mary Margaret Haxby Jones, who was 81, not 8 a woman.
What a woman.
81. Based on the investigation at this point, investigators believe that it is possible that Haxby Jones may have been missing or dead for up to 9 years. Police said no missing persons report was ever filed for her. She was believed to have lived at the address at some point prior to the discovery of her body. Police said that the cause of death has yet to be determined, and a medical examiner's office is investigating but they said no obvious traumatic injury to the body was noted. Dude, that's crazy. You're just going down into the freezer. You're staying at a family member's house, and you open the door, and you see a dead body in there.
Can I have some of this body?
Wow.
When you go into someone's basement and you see one of those freezers, the top,
the chest, yeah.
For a second, don't you always think, what if there's a body?
Yeah.
Wonder if there's a body in there.
Lives in that thing. All right. And let's see. Do I have time? Do I have another short one? I have another. Yeah, how about this one? This is
Do it.
Do it now.
Do it now.
Brazen broke 2 New York City subway trains and took them for a joyride. You guys ever heard of
Trains?
that? Yeah.
No.
The NYPD said on Saturday afternoon in Queens, 2 unidentified individuals went into the operators' compartments of 2 lead train cars parked at the Forest Hill 71st Avenue station.
So what, did the police train pull them over?
They managed to operate the trains and went northbound out of the station. It was unclear how far they got, but police said that it was a short distance. They then jumped out of the trains and took off on foot, and they remain on the loose. Both wore dark coats and backpacks. No one was hurt in the incident, and no damage to the trains was reported. But they actually,
how the hell do you do that?
They stole trains there. All right, and there you go. That's all I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, hang out for a bit. We got we have several things coming up, but when we get to music news, we have a concert announcement, and we also have a lesson question and trash coming up too. So your chance to win some stuff. We'll be back in a moment with it all. Stay with us.
I said, we should make a pact. If we ever meet Jennifer Aniston, we've got to bring the other one with us. And he's like, okay. He's like, well, let's set up the scenario. You pitch it to her. How would you want to meet? And I said, I want to meet at her house. And he's like, that's a little aggressive to say, I want to meet at your house. And I was like, well, we can't do it at my house. We can't do it at your house. And he's like, should we bring our wives? I'm like, no. And then I go, can she bring someone? And he goes, yeah, probably for safety. And then he caught himself and he goes, maybe that's not the message we want to send out.
Right? You're going to need protection.
Laughing at the idea that we were pitching that she should bring safety to a meeting with us. And we laughed probably for 10 minutes, literally just laughed for 10 minutes. And then one night, I'm getting ready I get done working out. I'm at the new house. I'm getting ready to have a cocktail. And Segura calls me and he goes, have you checked your DMs? And I was like, wait, what? And he goes, check your DMs. I checked my DMs and I got a DM from Jennifer Aniston.
Wow.
And we lost it. I mean, it was like you guys are the funniest guys. And then we're like, do not let her watch any of the Reese Witherspoon stuff we've done. I don't think she'll think we're funny anymore.
Right. Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. Wow.
It was crazy.
So going back to the movie for a second, Bert, Mark Hamill's the only name that's been announced associated with this. Is there, can information here on the Preston and Steve Show? Anybody else that we might know involved in the project?
I don't know. I don't know how to say their names.
Are you using a lot of local actors or actors from Europe that we might not be familiar with?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're using a lot of them. The guy playing Igor is awesome. I mean, if I send you his video, I'll send you his video.
Yeah.
If I can get it today, I'll send it to you, and you will fall in love with this dude the second he says the machine. That's my favorite casting probably that I've seen. Actually, everyone's great. The girl. I don't know who I can say, but by the way, I can't even say any of their names. So.
Yeah. No, it's so cool.
I would love to see like Boban. How do you say his last name? Basketball player, 7'5".
He's in Bobby. He's in John Wick 3, Parabellum. Yeah.
That guy would be great. I don't know. But anyway, that's not what I wanted to ask you. So you do Two Bears in One Cave. You're also doing this podcast with Bill. We're actually going to have Bill Burr on the show tomorrow. So why do you giggle like that?
I bet that guy makes me giggle. Has he ever told you? Has he ever told you about the time he was at the Sistine Chapel?
No.
Should we ask him about it?
Or is he going to get mad?
No. He's like, I'm such a moron, Bert. He goes, I'm at the Sistine Chapel with my wife. We're looking up, and I'm thinking, this is great. You know what? If someone was smart, they'd open a bar right outside here and call it the 17th Chapel.
17th, the 16th Chapel.
That's fantastic. Giggled so hard. We did a podcast with Stanhope, and all we did was talk about day drinking, best day drinking scenarios. And Bill hasn't drank in like 2 years, and I swear to God, all of us almost fell off the wagon.
The way, here's a connection. You're going to be related to Mark Hamill in The Machine and Bill Burr's on The Mandalorian. You're all now living in the Star Wars universe to some extent. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, what's interesting is I got an offer to be on The Mandalorian like 2 months ago. They hit me up. They sent me with this role, and they're like, "Hey, you interested?" And I was just like, "I'll pass." What? And my daughter lost it. They're like, "Why? What are you doing?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't really, not really like I don't watch The Mandalorian. Like I tried to watch it, I couldn't get into it.
Right.
And my daughters lost it. They lost it.
It's a great show. It's so freaking good. Yeah.
Yeah. And so then when we got Mark Hamill to play my dad, I went. I think I'm still a Jedi, guys. Like it runs in the family.
You know, Bill's whole thing is he's always made fun of the Star Wars universe. He's always, and here he is, and he jokes, he talks about, you're friends with him, and here he is in the middle, and now he's having to sort of sheepishly say, okay, I kind of get it now, you know?
Oh yeah, wait, that's a great one. Ask him to tell you about all the stuff going on in season 1. Say, hey, Bill, the seasons you did, tell story.
Oh, he has no idea.
He hasn't watched any of them.
All right, yeah, we'll get him on that.
Bert, it was years ago. We had this live broadcast. Basically, it was from like a trash company, right? So it's a place. They won an opportunity. They did a charity drive, and they won an opportunity for us to broadcast live. And Bill Burr came out, and we actually flew him out to this live broadcast in a helicopter.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to remember that, but it was so funny because that was like the first taste of the real Bill Burr that I got because we wanted to play. We played this game called Crack Shot, right? And Crack Shot is listeners call up, give us trivia questions. If we get it wrong, we get shot with a BB gun. And so we wanted him to be the shooter, and he's like, "No, I'm not doing it." No, I don't want to do it. He's like, I was like, oh my God, I'm like this. I think we just offended Bill Burr. Like, this is like shooting people with a BB gun is beneath him. He's like, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, we weren't shooting him.
No, he was going to shoot us. Yeah.
But still, he didn't like it, so that was fine. Yeah, it apparently didn't hurt his career, so he's. Yeah. So how long will the shoot be taking place for The Machine, Bert?
3 months.
3 months. Okay, wow.
Is your family coming out at all?
My wife is. Yeah. She comes out in like 2 weeks, and then I wanted the girls to come out, but everything's still kind of weird with COVID.
Yeah.
I wanted to go through Europe with them. I was like, we're never gonna get this opportunity again.
Does she get the Gulfstream 550 treatment too, or will she be flying? You're laughing. Lufthansa.
Yeah, there you go,
Coach. Take the loofah, honey.
Should be flying standby. If you think about this, Bert, listen, this has been a traumatic, horrible year for the planet as far as, all the stuff that's been going on. But you have been on a career high.
Yeah.
You have been on fire. It started with your Netflix special, the Go Big show, the Cat. Every time you turn around, you got something out. Now you're in production on The Machine. Have you had time to pause and process how things are going? In light of all that's not going right, you are the one shining beacon.
I had a great 2020. I don't know what everyone was
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Harvard Medical School actually called you to give a talk on how to properly set a bone in somebody's arm based on what you did for Tom Segura.
Yeah, Tom blew out his knee and broke his arm. I had a great game that day. I don't know what he's talking about.
Casey references all the time and just starts cracking up at you going over
Just because you didn't like the way his arm looked, you're like, you shouldn't do. Your arm shouldn't be like that. Let me do that. And then you gave him a little tap. A little tap on the. Hey, good job, buddy. Dude, it makes. Sometimes I just think about it and I laugh. That was so funny.
Yeah, I did a tour. I did 4 tours. I did the. I had a fun. Man, everyone's complaining about it.
It seems like Bert. It seems like 10 years ago that we were in the parking lot and you were doing the show, and but here we are. Yeah, but at least the general consensus and feeling is that we're moving out of this, which is good.
The last thing that we did as a show collectively with listeners involved Bert at the Cardboard Classic.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a little more than a year ago at this point, but Bert was there for that, and then. The crap at the fan, man.
Yeah.
Everything stopped.
And then the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl. That's your team.
This has been a really great year, man. Things are looking up and up.
Wow. All right. Well, listen, man, it's exciting news, and this whole thing with Mark Hamill it's just the coolest. So
it's unbelievable.
We'll hope that that filming goes well and everything runs its course, and hopefully we'll be talking to you soon, man. But we appreciate you checking in all the way from Serbia this morning.
Well, thank you, guys. I love you guys. I really do. Thank
Likewise.
You very much.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right.
Talk
We
to
love
guys
you.
later.
Bert Kreischer, guys. Thanks, man. Take care, bud.
That's awesome.
All right. So,
Jesus.
wow.
So cool.
He's living the life, dude.
Now,
He's living the life. And I hadn't thought about that until you pointed that out, Steve.
Yeah.
That the world has gone to hell, and Bert Kreischer's is just on top of everything.
The pinnacle of his career.
Well, good for him. Hard to take an instrument
That's been around for so long.
Give it a new sound, and that's what I think our next guest has done. And he comes loaded with accolades and is well vetted.
Just a bit.
In the world of jazz music. And I know that us being a rock station may not be familiar with him, which is why we want to have him on this morning. Turning on to something. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Antonio Sanchez is here this morning. How are you, man? Nice to meet you. My pleasure. It's wild. I'm nervous talking to you. Because we have 2 drum kits set up in here, and by the way, it's their idea that you and I play together, and we've done it a few times. We've had some pretty big names in the world of drums here. I've played against or with Mike Portnoy, Mike Portnoy, Questlove have done it, and but I'm
not
more intimidated in sitting down playing with you than either of those guys.
No, don't worry. I'll go really easy.
No, don't worry about it. I don't want to have a battle.
It's not a drum off. It's a jam.
You, like me, I remember it was actually the look of drums themselves that first got my interest. I was like, what is that stuff? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and it just
gorgeous.
seemed, it seems so cool to me. Now it's a royal pain in the ass because you got to lug that crap around and put it together. As Antonio was getting set up, I'm like one of the Bert drummers having to set up the drum kit. People that do that for you now, I would imagine.
On occasion.
On occasion. But so you learned from the world of rock. So you came up with that music, and then at some point, jazz to have caught your ear.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, basically, I was into Copeland, Neil Peart, John Bonham.
We've talked about this, Preston, that there's this impenetrable jazz wall that people, they have a perception about it. And I love fusion jazz. I love Pat Metheny. I love, and I love John Coltrane. And I love, all the different... To talk about that improvisational thing, and people say, oh, it's too complex, I don't understand it. But I think in many ways it taps into that the artist expressing themselves in a way that will I think it can connect with you in a way that's maybe more profound than a lot of people think.
Monkey Ranch, great song. 21 minutes after 10. The Monday morning with Preston and Steve show. Ample sunshine. It is nice to get that. What do we get? Vitamin D from the sun?
Vitamin D3, yes.
Getting some of that. It's
essential.
A little bit drab the past couple of days. We got that wintry mix, which was kind of nice too. I mean, it didn't get out of control. And
listen, you can snow and then have the rain come in and remove it. I'm happy.
Yeah, I was all right with that. And Caroline, who is 16 now, my youngest, we're driven in the snow, and I'm like,
yeah.
Let's go outside and take a drive. You got to throw it at them and say, you need to learn.
Now do a donut
with these scenarios. Well. I did have her slam the brakes.
Okay.
I'm like, I go well short of this stop sign. I want you to lock them up.
And what do you say?
I want you to feel what it's like to slide.
Guess what I get to do.
I thought about bringing up the guess what I get to do.
Guess what I get to do.
But I wanted to make sure that there was a sensation of fishtailing and sliding.
Well,
just
good on you.
This is what it's like. So
because that'll scare the crap out of you the first time you experience it.
Absolutely, man. So, and you know what? I saw we were Parker and I went somewhere, and it was while it was actively snowing. This was on Saturday, and we saw a car that just got wickedly T-boned.
Oh, man.
Because it was at the base of a hill, and I guess that in a four-way stop, and they must have blown through it and just boom.
Hit you in the pit of your stomach.
Yeah, totally. So, all right, but anyhow, we don't have snow on the way. We do have rain coming tomorrow.
Which is liquid snow.
It's liquid snow. There will be wind as well, so just heads up on that. All right, lesson question. We are going to give away 4-pack of tickets to the 2024 Philadelphia Auto Show at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. And the question that we will ask you is this. After he dies, Steve wants to have his cremated remains fired into which actress? 215-263. WMMR. We're testing to see if you were listening, okay? After he dies, Steve wants to have his cremated remains fired into which actress? 215-263 WMMR. Call us, please, if you know the answer.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Pro Team Collision, your certified collision repair center. If you get into an accident, Pro Team Collision is there for all of your auto body repair needs. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Halle Bailey welcoming the birth of her first child with boyfriend DDG, a baby boy named Halo. DDG already has a daughter from a previous relationship, a little girl named Call of Duty Modern Warfare.
Oh, my God.
Kanye West's wife Bianca Censori causing a sensation as she walked virtually topless and barefoot through a Vegas casino. Censori stunned onlookers even further when she pulled the lever on a slot machine with her vagina.
Oh, my God.
And finally, the New York Times pissing off some Taylor Swift fans by publishing an article speculating that she is bisexual. However, other fans are responding favorably, noting that Swift's musical output will double if she can now break up with women. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
Alrighty, we'll see if we can find someone who knows the answer to this question. After he dies, Steve wants to have his cremated remains fired into which actress? And we will go to Dave, our first caller. Dave, morning, bud.
Morning. I don't think you're really sorry that you're bothering me at work, are you?
Not at all.
Not at all.
Piece of crap. All right, buddy. What's the actress Steve wants to be fired into, please?
I'm going with Halle Berry.
You are correct, Dave. Hang on a minute, my friend. We are going to give you some tickets to go. In fact, a 4-pack to the 2024 Philadelphia Auto Show, which is the Pennsylvania Convention Center. January 21st, new cars, classics, customs, and everything in between. Come find what fuels you. Tickets on sale now at PhillyAutoShow.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by CSB Media Arts Center. Train for a career in broadcast media, web development, social media, marketing, and filmmaking at CSB Media Arts Center in Cherry Hill. Visit GoCSB.com. That's GoCSB.com. So Corey Taylor is not going to be going on the road this year. The Slipknot frontman announced with a heavy heart on Friday that he would be stepping away from his upcoming run of shows to focus on his health. There was a show February 7th at the Fillmore here. That's now canceled.
What is his health situation? Am I forgetting something that he released?
He wrote on Instagram, for the past several months, my mental and physical health have been breaking down. I have reached a place that was unhealthy. I know this decision will come as a shock to some and maybe regards as unpopular by others, but after taking a hard look at where I am and where I was going, I need to pull myself back and be home with my family for the time being. I think he's had some mental health struggles before. I think he's been open about that stuff. He was set to commence his tour February 3rd in Toronto before making his way through the U.S. He said, I send my love to my fans, my band, my family, and friends, and everyone who's helped me get here thus far. I promise I'm doing everything that I can to be as healthy as I can be And until then, my apologies to everyone we would have seen on the tour, and hopefully we'll see you again down the line. So he needs recovery time. He's
got to do what you got to do.
He's going to do it. Absolutely. Smashing Pumpkins are holding open auditions online for a new guitarist. Last fall, guitarist Jeff Schroeder left the band. And now
I thought he was a piano player.
No, that's from the Peanuts.
Oh,
series.
okay.
And now the application process is open to anyone who might be interested.
Are you willing to take a spin case? You've played some acoustic.
Yeah, maybe. No, I'm busy.
All right.
They seem to be having some fun with it online. I'm
busy.
Yep. You should see and hear Casey play Black Dog from Led Zeppelin.
Oh,
It's,
yeah.
Do you have the guitar?
Yeah, well, there's a video. I mean, if you want me to.
I mean, literally, I've seen you tooling around with a guitar. I don't see why you couldn't step into some of the.
I mean,
you
it's
haven't
acoustic,
warmed
so
up at all.
I
dude.
haven't, but it's fine. Hang
It's
on.
early. You're not. You know.
Okay,
Hold on a
yeah,
second.
we're in tune here.
Because last time you sang, you had the voice of an angel.
I did. Okay, you guys.
You sure you want to do this?
You want Black Dog?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, mama, say the way you move, gonna make you sweat, gonna make you groove. Ooh, child, I forget the words. Never mind. It was great.
He had warmed up. He had warmed up. I told you.
Yeah, thank you.
I swear to God, I thought Jimmy Page was in the studio.
Right?
That was
I never got to see him live, but now I don't know if I can say that.
Wow.
All right, I'm leaving. I'll see you guys later.
You done for the day?
Yeah.
Yeah, the helicopter's outside. He's going back to England.
Great.
So, Smashing Pumpkins are looking for a guitarist. They seem to be having some fun with it online. They have had everything from joke entries to extremely talented and qualified musicians, such as an application from Mike Garson, who played with David Bowie and Nine Inch Nails. Along with their new guitarist, Smashing Pumpkins will be back on the road in June to co-headline a UK and Ireland tour with Weezer, and they'll join Green Day's tour beginning in July. Over the weekend, speaking of Green Day, they premiered a brand new track called One-Eyed Bastard.
You bastard.
One-Eyed Bastard.
Bastard.
Frontman Billy Joe Armstrong described writing the song. It started off as just a riff that I had, a shuffle, almost like a Black Sabbath kind of riff lyrically. I was just reflecting on bad times in life. Now, when I hear One-Eyed Bastard, I immediately think he's talking about his penis.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's... I have no idea.
Bastard!
It's from the album Saviors, which was recorded in London and Los Angeles and will be out January 9th.
You snotty little bastard.
Neil Young to join of his 1969 album Doom on vinyl for the first time.
And he's also going to participate in American Ninja Warrior, right?
The 16 songs were originally collected for Neil Young's Archives Volume 2 release in 2020. Some of the recordings
I can't climb that.
are from the Zuma album sessions, and others are previously unreleased.
My next door neighbor has a lovely daughter. She's a sweetheart, and her name is Zuma, which I think is such a cool name. Yeah.
All right. Neil Young was living in the Point Doom area of Malibu at the time of the recording, hence the title Doom. And the album will be available on February 23rd. And the last bit of music...
just beat Tetris.
The last bit of music news... Oh, I didn't do the concert announcement.
Well...
Son of a bitch. All
There's two things, actually.
Yeah, well, I'm going to do this first, then, and then I'll do the concert announcement.
We don't have that audio over just yet. The David Foster audio.
Okay. Then you want to do the concert announcement
Yeah,
first?
yeah.
All right. So, drum roll, please.
Oh, my God. We did have the audio.
Well, we're in this now. We're in knee deep now.
So this show is going to be Friday, July 12th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets will go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster and MMR Rock's Third Eye Blind. The Summer Gods Tour 2024 with Yellow Card and Arizona.
I really like Third Eye Blind.
I do too.
Yeah.
Summer Gods Tour. Third Eye Blind, Yellow Card.
I might have gone with Titans, but
maybe not quite Gods, but
a couple levels down.
Yellow Card and Arizona will be on board. And like I said, Friday, July 12th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. And then you listen to Pierre's show this week, you'll have your chance to win tickets. Go to WMMR.com
It's a great
for
song.
another chance to win tickets. This is a really good song. I agree. All right, and with that, we have one other little piece of audio to play. And this is producer and songwriter David Foster and singer and actress Catherine McPhee's 2-year-old son playing drums.
This is a 2-year-old when you hear this.
2 years old, okay?
Two?
And he's playing along to Michael Jackson, and you can see the camera is walking in from a different room, and the music fades in, and the kid's playing. Listen to this kid's playing at 2 years old.
That's amazing.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it's crazy at 2. And trust me, I've seen. And so I've seen people send me, little kids playing incredible drum riffs all the time. And I've seen all of those that you've sent me, by the way. So thank you. But a child this young, 2 years old,
still making boom booms.
Not only just playing a beat and keeping tempo, but is playing fills that are complex for a beginning drummer. He's not right on time with the fills, but what he is doing, and I was telling Steve, is he's hitting the downbeat every time after those fills. I mean, like coming in right on it. This kid has an incredible sense of tempo, and it's insanely impressive.
Phil?
Yeah, Phil.
That's it. He's doing fills.
So David Foster and Catherine McPhee. And I really don't know Catherine McPhee.
She was on that show with the savants who were crime solvers, and she was also from what was that? It was like a Glee series.
Okay.
And then I think the first time we saw her was either on American Idol or The Voice.
It was one of the contest shows.
Yeah.
But
She was in The House Bunny. Don't you guys love that movie?
she was in The House Bunny. I didn't know
that.
Or I haven't seen it in ages.
I do like The House Bunny.
She's a lot younger than him, it looks like.
By like half, I think.
Well, it says she's 39. Oh, wow. She looks like 39.
He's been married 5 times.
Okay. He's 75.
This week.
This week alone. My goodness. So, but anyhow, that's really impressive. That's
the kid is
cool.
actually older than she is.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it is. It's amazing.
All right. That's the last item in music news. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second, wrapping up the show when we return. So stay with us, please.
Because there seems to be this, a lot of people perceive it as, it's not my thing. But I think on a visceral level, you might find that it's a little bit more intense.
Well, the thing is, I hate when jazz is too brainy.
Yeah.
And when there's no a story telling, when jazz doesn't really tells a story, it becomes really boring, and it just becomes about people just kind of showing off.
When you listen to fusion jazz and really intense, super duper fast swing and bebop and stuff like that, that the average ear, some of it, like we don't know where you are. I don't know time wise where you. But you guys all do, and I find that fascinating. When I get lost in a song, and by that meaning I don't know where 1, 2, 3, 4 is, and all of a sudden you guys come back together and bang, you're right on top of it. It fascinates me. As a percussionist, I'm like, how the hell did they do that?
It's so cool. I think anyone can appreciate that.
But you can see how daunting that is to people who don't understand what you guys are doing, because it can sound like noise.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
But that's one of my main missions. And, Steve, you mentioned Pat Metheny. I've been playing with him for 18 years. So, one of the things I learned from him is to try to make things accessible. You don't have to be complicated for the sake of being complicated. And it's a lot about lyricism, about melody, and, about communicating something to the audience. If you're overly complicated just for the fact, just for the sake complication, then you lose me as well.
A couple of drummer questions for you, going back to Stuart Copeland for a moment. One of the things Antonio does that caught my eye and ear is that he uses all of the voices of the drum kit that are available. Ones that you may not have heard before. And I'm talking about hitting the rims, hitting the shells, playing with your fingers, hands, and so on and so forth, and incorporating all that stuff. And going back to Stuart Copeland, is your affinity for rim knocks, does some of that come back from listening to Stuart growing up?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. He was the man for that. And then when I started playing Latin jazz, there's tons of that.
Okay. How about using, because the first thing that I found really, really interesting about, I just pulled up and it just said on YouTube, Antonio Sanchez drum solo. And I watched you, and you're playing along without setting the sticks down. You're also holding on the sticks and playing with your fingers on the drum and here and there. And it sounds like one drummer is playing at the same time, which I found really interesting. Is that a technique you just kind of stumbled across and decided to expand on, or did you get some influence from that?
Well, I studied quite a bit of percussion when I was at Berkeley as well, like congas and bongos and stuff like that, instruments that you play with your hands. And I just started incorporating little by little as I was holding the sticks. And a lot of things as well I stumbled upon.
So this week, or last week even, when I knew you were coming in, I'm like, well, I better practice. 'Cause I'm going to play with Antonio Sanchez. And I sat down to play a couple times, and I was just like, this is a waste of time. I'm just going to wait till he comes in here, and I will just do what I can.
He was in here early, by the way, before the show, banging away and trying to get up to speed. But, but it is what it is. It's all good.
But when someone is, when you were how much were you practicing a day? It had to have been a lot.
I was never the kind of guy that would practice like 7 hours, 8 hours a day. I saw a lot of those people at Berkeley, and I was like, oh, man, I should practice more. And then I realized that I was playing way better than a lot of those guys because I thought, I was practicing in a smarter way.
Okay.
I was working on my weaknesses way more than my strengths.
Right.
And I would do like 3 hours a day, 4 hours a day.
What would you say to people who, because I tried really, really hard. I hunkered down. I worked on it for hours at a time. But there is a thing as natural ability versus effort.
Yeah.
And you can work as hard as you can, but sometimes, listen, otherwise everybody would be hitting a home run every single time out of the park if they could do it.
Right.
There's some people that have more of an ability. If you find yourself plateauing, technique-wise, ability-wise, it frustrates you. Is there anything that you would give as nice to people as to, don't give up?
To me, the most important thing, I always say that technique without concept is like giving a machine gun to a kid.
Okay.
It's a very powerful weapon that if you don't know how to use it, you're just going to injure other people around you, with your lack of musicality.
Yeah.
So to me, it's always go back to the music. What is musical? Sometimes you hear this term, oh, he's such a musical drummer.
Yeah.
What does that mean? That he plays with taste. You say, oh, he's such a musical piano player.
Right.
Because it's understood that musicians play music. And a lot of times drummers are not musicians. There's just drummers that bang away at the instrument.
You and I are going to play together.
Okay.
Here's what I'd like to do. We jam a little bit.
All right.
And then I want you to show me something stupid. So, or something awesome, because we got to get a taste of.
All right, so sashay on over there. Preston's ambling on over, and Antonio's getting in place. And we have two drum kits here, side by side.
Hey, I am so nervous. I'm shaking a little bit.
Antonio, do you know how to play Wipeout? Can you play Wipeout?
Stop it.
I never did, but we can.
Why don't you want to trade 8? I'll start a beat and we can trade 8 on a little soloing or something like that.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, who's going to start first so we know?
Well, we'll start together.
All right. Okay.
Well, you know what? Here's the deal. I'll play a rhythm, and Antonio will sync up with me, because he may start playing something I can't play.
Yeah.
So let me start.
That's probably inevitable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and then at some point, I'll do like a little 8-beat riff, and then do it. And we'll
all right.
Right? Yeah. All right,
you'll figure it out.
I don't know what to do. boys. 93.3 WMMR. What you want? 10:42 on a Monday, and the Preston and Steve Show coming to a close. Enjoyable day today. Thank you, Marissa, for filling in for Kathy.
Yay!
Very much. Appreciate you stepping up. Didn't know until on the drive-in this morning she wasn't going to make it in, so Marissa does what needs to be done. I would like to thank also John Cryer for being on the show today. He's got a new program called Extended Family. It's out now. The next episode is tomorrow night at 8:30 on NBC, and he's a super nice guy, and it was a nice little chat that we had with him. Also would like to mention that we did for the first time the spring training trip word of the day. It's the Clearwater word of the day, and we revealed that we'll do it each day around 8 a.m., and then you go enter it in the at WMMR.com, and it's a chance for you to win a trip for two from PhillySportsTrips.com, and that includes airfare, 3 nights at the Hilton Clearwater Beach Resort, tailgate parties, post-show happy hour with us at Coco's following our live broadcast on Friday, March 15th.
Gonna be a good time.
And so we'll be getting you set up. The contest ends on January 19th, and you have to be at least 21 years of age. And contest rules are available at WMMR.com. God, I love this version. And you can also you can purchase these trips. There are a few of them that are available. So if you just want to plan to be down there while we're there and take everything in at spring training, then you can go to PhillySportsTrips.com and get all of the information. So
I love it.
Yep, we would love to have you there. So nice. Pierre Robert is here going through his bag of goodies. Nice to see you, man.
And to you, I say also good day. I'm going through my bag of glasses because we were talking about glasses, and I have to go in to get some lenses corrected. But then
how many you got there?
Well, I've got about 10 in this bag.
Wow.
But I also have a problem where I'll step on them.
Not supposed to do that. Yeah.
The worst of which is I was playing on the floor with a dog, and I rolled over on my
Oh, no.
glasses.
That one's totally
It actually goes with the music.
It kind of does.
Yeah.
There you go. This is my favorite pair, and I don't know if they're fixable.
Are you going to have them put new lenses in those frames?
I don't know.
Okay. Because, man, glasses are expensive.
You got to go to Zenny Optical, man. I'm telling you.
I go to Bala Eyeworks. Bala.
That's right. I go.
Something or other right up the road.
Kevin Gunn's
lovely
wife works there.
Sherry works there. Bala Eye Center. Bala.
Yeah, I know where that is.
Eye Place.
You can put the car in neutral and roll right into the parking lot for him.
It's and they're great folks over there.
Okay.
But they know I come in with bent glasses all the time, so they help me.
Very good.
Just trying to figure out which pair will work for today. Anyway, on we go.
Listen, let's do the letter of the day, and then I have a couple questions I want to ask you, okay? All right, so we'll...
about eyewear.
Let me see. No, not about eyewear.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter...
F as in Foo Fighters.
All right, and we will give away on Friday a weekend with the Flyers and a pair of lower level tickets for the January 20th game against the Avalanche and the 21st against the Senators. You can get tickets at any Flyers game at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com. First, actually, I'm not going to ask you a question. I'm going to congratulate you. We understand you had a full contract extension, sir.
I meant to announce that with you guys. Yes, right before Christmas, Bill Weston came on my last day before I went on break, and I was saying goodbye to him, and he also announced that I would be signing on for another 4 years.
Wow.
With an option on a 5th, so we'll see how
Congratulations.
it goes. Thank you.
That's wonderful news.
Many people are going, really? Couldn't you have?
Seriously.
But it was some really nice response on social media, so thanks for those nice comments.
Well deserved.
Thank you, sir.
Well deserved.
Happy to know that we will for sure be, hanging out with each other for the next several years.
You sure?
I don't know.
Yes.
All right, and then the other thing I was going to ask, did Robbie Krieger stay at your house in the in Lake Tahoe?
Yes.
I've never heard this story.
Well, the house that I have in grandfather And we ran a little resort down the road from it, and my mother would rent it for her, and she rented it to this jazz musician in L.A. by the name of Paul Horn, who would go on later to record an album in the Taj Mahal and things like that, became a very new age artist, but he was a very session-oriented jazz player in L.A. He knew the Doors and hung out with them, and also got them into transcendental meditation with the Maharishi. So Paul Horn was staying with us, and he asked my mother if she knew of a house that he could rent for the Maharishi. And so he rented this house that I now have for the Maharishi. And then on another occasion, I found it in the guest book that was buried in the attic. But Robbie Krieger and John Densmore of the Doors stayed there.
Is that not the coolest?
And
Trini
Trini
Lopez.
in 1968.
Wow.
And I remember at our little motel, our little resort down the road, a Firebird, brown Firebird, pulled into the little parking area, and Paul Horn got out and walked across the lawn, and I was playing with a plastic boat on the lawn, and Paul Horn looks and says, "Pierre, say hello to Robbie Krieger." I go, "Hey, Robbie, how you doing?" I didn't know who the hell he was, but they were at the, they were at the zenith.
Yes. Have you ever had a chance to share that story with him?
Yes.
Okay.
I did, and we went off on a whole meditation thing because I learned transcendental meditation also from Paul Horn, and he knew him, and met Jim Morrison, or he and Jim Morrison were at a TM meeting in L.A. So there was a whole connection. He goes, but yes, we were playing a gig for the Maharishi. It wasn't the Doors, but it was John Densmore, Robbie Krieger, and some other musicians were doing a benefit up at Lake Tahoe for Maharishi.
It's terrific.
There it is.
It's awesome.
Fun little story.
What a story. Wow. Well, it's Robbie's birthday today. You probably already know that. I don't know.
I do.
What's coming up on the show?
All right, I didn't.
What's coming up with the show today?
I was going to. Anyway, we'll do the Doors another day.
All right.
But maybe we'll switch them around. But anyway, Bowie would be 77 today. So,
yes.
We're going to celebrate, and it's Philly Loves Bowie Week is just underway. All kinds of activities. Wolfgang Van Halen block. Neil passed away yesterday. Neil Peart. So we're going to do a block of Rush, and we'll get some Doors in, and then maybe we'll get to a full block tomorrow.
It's going to be a nice day. Thank you, Pierre. Now we'll thank our sponsor. The Preston and Steve Show is officially brought to you today by Dunkin'. And the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Tomorrow on our show, it says on my sheet of paper,
Yeah.
Lots of stuff.
Somebody might be throwing a tennis ball to the roof.
We'll see. And that in honor of spring training coming up.
Yes.
And your next chance to win tomorrow morning around 8 with our Clear Water Word of the Day. All right, that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.